when it concerns personal issues. That was between the Dangote refinery and the regulators. Heads have rolled. We will now get and tell you what's happening in manufacturing. Where exactly are we? There's a whole lot that is happening on the table that is alive, which happens to be SBL. So hey, you can't miss a single minute of it. Call up your neighbors, call up your friends, and tell them it's time for that show. Go on all social media platforms and follow, watch, and most importantly, share. Let's do this together. I'm not alone on this table today, so hey, join me as I welcome the gentleman of the moment. The fair one is here. Oyinpere, good morning.
Good morning to you, Lumide.
Good morning, Priya.
Good morning to you, Chooks. And good morning to you, Lagos, Nigeria. It's good to be in your face again.
You're welcome. Olumide, good morning.
Good morning, Chooks, John Rogers. Good morning, Priya. So glad to be here. Woke up to, yesterday was the shocking news, and well, let's see how today goes.
Today?
What's shocking about yesterday?
The news about the resignation of the new chief of the NNDPRA and, of course, the second person.
Farouk Mohammed and Benga Komolafe.
Yes, it was shocking, though I expected something like that, but it was shocking as how swift it was. You know, a day after the allegation, the resignation came and all that. You know, I was expecting a long panel by the Senate and all that, back and forth and all that. But
and they'll now spend the money we don't have in drinking tea.
Or maybe to be swept under the carpet and, you know.
Okay, so why the swiftness of the case? I wasn't expecting Benga Komolafe to go down anyways. I wasn't.
Is it domino effect?
It was not part of the allegations didn't rub off on him in any way. So probably there are some other backdoor conversation that is going on that is not in the public. And like you are saying, exactly. a domino effect. Also, is it going to stop here?
Should it stop here? That should be the question.
Exactly.
So is it going, because you know the public, we have silence could mean admission of the allegation.
Okay.
Now there is no
aside allegation.
Now there is no silence. The resignation could also mean
he's guilty.
The same thing. So are we going to stop here? Should we probe further?
Of course, yes.
What are the relevant agencies?
Dangote has proved, he has sent a petition to ICPC. I hope they get to work. But I expected EFCC, but he's
no, the ICPC, because he's a government, he is in government service.
Okay.
So ICPC. But now that he's no longer in government service,
EFCC
can go. So let's see it. And it's also good. So now let's begin to beam our light. If a Dangote's word can bring this sort of effect, then I think he should speak more. Most especially now that he has been appointed by ECOWAS to be, is it the chairman for the business and the other governance activities that have to do with the regional economies and regional trade. I think now it's time for him to speak more.
He's a businessman, man.
He's a businessman.
Oh, he's a businessman, of course. But you can't take that business away from government. Okay. You can't take it away.
Okay, while the Tinubu effect of late night resignations has resurfaced, dear President, also look at the issues of non-performing ministers. Okay. Let's see what will happen before next week. Let's get straight to the business of the day. 2026 budget plan is splitting lawmakers amid concerns over rising debt. The federal government proposed 54.46 trillion budget for 2026 has sparked rare divisions in the National Assembly as lawmakers clash over the revenue assumptions in the 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework. The sharp disagreements emerged during debate on the framework, with some lawmakers questioning the sustainability of borrowing plans that are expected to finance over 30% of the budget. Economics have cautioned that the heavy reliance on debt could worsen Nigeria's fiscal position, deepening the country's debt and pushing us in the debt trap and exposing weak legislative scrutiny over federal borrowing. Okay, now, we tried talking about this issue two days ago.
Yes.
On Monday to be precise. Yeah, on Monday to be precise. And here we are again, staring us in the face. All because of what we heard coming out from Wale Edun 2 days ago.
Yes.
And now we are at this juncture again. Budget 54.46. Proposed and projected revenue 34.33.
Yes.
Deficit 20. Debt service 15.5. Now we are looking at almost 30% or a little above 30% borrowing to fund the budget.
Yes.
At the rate at which we are going, are we not looking at complete reliance on borrowing to fund budget if we continue like this way?
It's quite, I don't want to put the word sad, but let's backtrack to yesterday and what happened day before yesterday. Now, according to Wale Edun, he said that the revenue generated for 2025 was what was used for 2024 and 2025, and they could only accomplish 30% of 2025. Thereby, it means that 70% of, or 75% or more will be pushed to 2026. So, what is going to happen to 2024? Have we even taken account of what happened in 2024, and were we able to finish 2024 and close that chapter and say, okay, 2025, okay, we could not finish this, we'll move all that. Let's not also forget that we have a debt of about 121 trillion.
Okay, do you mean to say that what we generated in 2025 was just at all?
Yes,
2024
and 2025, 30%.
2024 and 2025.
Yes.
Some parts of 2024 and some parts of 2025. And that's the reason why these budgets were running concurrently, which is even one of the reasons that is splitting the National Assembly into two different parts. Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry.
So, I mean, public debt stood at 121 trillion as of mid-2025, and it continues to grow. And just like Chuk said, are we going to rely heavily on borrowing? Now, there are two conflicting reports. September report from our president suggested that non-oil export had gone through the roof and we might not need to borrow. Then we got another report. So, which are we? That is what I think that's part of the reason that is dividing the house. That which report are we going to believe? Because is it that maybe just maybe they weren't trying to say what they said or what Nigerians interpreted that, oh, we had made so much money we don't need to borrow, or maybe they were just trying to sugarcoat every other thing. And now when the cat's out of the bag, the bubbles has been burst, they just have to come out and tell us the truth. But the truth about it is now, how do we ensure that the revenue that we're projecting for 2026, we are able to achieve it? Also, any loan that we're going to take for 2026, let's tie it to a project, a revenue-generating project. I would always go for real.
Okay. Is it possible? I'm just talking like a layman. Is it possible for us to live within our means?
It is possible.
Is it
but
possible
prayer would always come from the angle
budget?
that every country borrows. Every country needs to borrow.
Is it possible for us to go back to this particular budget and tinker it and tell ourselves, okay, what are the capital projects? Stop it. What are the recurrent expenditure? Okay, out of this recurrent, what can we do without? What is the government spending? What amount are we spending on governance?
When you talk about expenditure,
50%?
the people who are guilty, are culpable of this, we know them, the greenhouse. Look at what they are spending. Every year in, year out, they get larges. I mean, we remember the token saga. What happened? It was changed to prayers. We remember the bulletproof cars. We even remember the renovation of the vice president's residence. There are so many expenditures like that. At the beginning of this administration, the president was advised to operate a leaner ministry, but ministries were merged, created, a lot of things have gone on. So living by our means, it's the people who are supposed to curtail this. It's the Senate, the legislators, but will they? It's like every bill, every loan that has been sent to the Senate, they are just approving it. Remember the $500 million that was sent to the Senate? I think it was, I don't know whether it's approved or not. But so how do we curb, or how do we spend prudently if the people who you send this bill to would just sign it and say, okay, go ahead and borrow? Okay,
let's come to you now. Budgeting is a continuum. It's not indefinite. It's a continuum. And you close books, you carry over, you open books. Why are we having budgets run concurrently? Something that is not done even in elementary economics.
Oh, Chuck's the economist. Now, First of all, I want to quickly make a correction. When the president said that we have made some form of money in our non-oil exports and we may not need to borrow, it says that the non-oil revenue has significantly grown in 2025 with strong increases in collections from taxes, from FIRS, the value-added tax, leading officials.
And customs.
Like President Tinubu to claim the 2025 revenue target was met. And Nigeria isn't borrowing from local banks. Not that the administration is not going to borrow again. Yes, we are not going to be, patronizing loans from local financial institutions.
Well, upgraded.
Yeah, but it did not, the way you said it now, it did not come out from the president that way.
Well,
That's what communication is all about.
Yes.
So that communication
I don't
come out
I don't think
clear
the president
this way.
will come out and say, we've made so much money in the country from non-oil exports and we may not need to borrow again. I don't think the president will make such a statement.
He shouldn't.
And so I'm glad that you were just making reference if that statement was. So that's one.
Okay.
Two,
bring the chicken home to us.
you asked a question and why budgets run concurrently. Chooks, even off camera, we had had a conversation about this and we spoke that previous governments before now, when we start talking about budget performance, budget implementation, before now, we've not been seeing the implementation and budget performance at a state or at a level that is even more appreciable. Because most times if we assess our budget and we're looking at budget performance, most economists will assess Nigeria that we are below 50% budget performance. And the implementation has not been very encouraging. And sometimes even those projects that have not been attended to, that have not been executed or implemented, some of which money would have been disbursed and allocated, or probably when the monies were released, it was late. They had to return the money back, and that returning money forth and back before leaving those budgets to go and replan new budget for the next annual year, as a way of some unscrupulous elements in the system use it as a vehicle to change the government.
Why do you have the ICPC? Can they do their job?
So I'm making references to previous administrations, and now the current administration came and looked at the environment, like, okay, I think it would be okay or nice with the many abandoned projects that we're having across the Federal Capital Territory and other geopolitical zones, which are federal government projects that have been initiated but has not been completed or concluded. So I think that's one of the reasons, I think, why the administration feels, okay, we can roll over the budget to next year, to the next. I'm coming so that we do not have where we have projects being abandoned. So that we don't have issues where projects are being abandoned. And if we have a new project, we are going to look at the viability. At least, first of all, let's conclude the ones we have on ground before we go to the next one. And the next one, some which are in 2025, which is the subsequent year, or 2026, as the case may be. So if we are not done with this, why must we go to this? Because if we go to this, we'll be abandoning this. Why can't we use part of the revenue to take care of this and roll over? No, does that make some sense?
Now, hold on. Before it makes sense, you make a lot of sense. Forget about what you're saying. You make sense on your own. Now, let's get to this budget issue. Now, for a project, it doesn't matter how big or how small the project is. There's always a time frame.
Yes.
Good. And there's money put down for that particular project. Now, if in 2022, I'm just giving an example, we are building a road from here to Damanturu, and it will take us 5 years to build that road. And a budget has been made for that particular road. If in 2022, monies were released for that particular road, all what we need to do is tell the people or tell whoever is concerned, this is how much it's going to cost us to build this road from this time to this time. If we release the entire money, then what is left is investigation, monitoring, and make sure it's done with time. Now, if we don't release the entire money for the road, we know what we release in 2022. 2023, we don't need to roll over. We'll continue from where we stopped in 2022. It's a new fiscal year. We continue till we are done. We don't need to carry over, be running 2022. 2023, 2024. It's very confusing. And how do you now come out and explain it? Okay. It's called a budget. You start, you end.
Finish.
If what is not done in the previous year, you take it over to the next year. Budget for it based on what you did last year. You just continue from there. But having 2022, it's very confusing.
2020.
And it opens up the avenue for people to really do the unscrupulous stuff you're talking about.
Let's look at an example vividly before us.
Okay.
Make references to Lagos-Ibadan Expressway.
Okay.
When was that project initiated?
Okay.
I'm coming.
You know that Lagos-Ibadan Expressway has really been a source of corruption in this country.
Oh, please, Chooks, wait. Let's
do you agree with me?
Just a moment. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway project was initiated by a specific administration. Who concluded it?
Who
concluded it?
Lagos-Ibadan Expressway has been in the budget since the days of Obasanjo. Great. It's been in the budget every single year.
Till when? Because I don't think it's in the budget now. Buhari concluded, right? So now look at the time space. But even if we don't look at the time space, and we're saying, okay, this road is going to take 7 years to be built or 8 years to be built, that we're looking at 2 administrations.
Okay.
At the most, we're looking at 2 administrations, and they have to be consistent. Now, I'm not ruling out the fact that what you mentioned will come to play with regards to contractors and the agreement they reached with the government when the bidding process was on. And we also remember vividly when that road was on, there were changes to the terms of that specific project, because they tell you that was the time where we do not have, where the exchange had not been floated, where the dollar and co had not been floated. So if the government said, okay, we are budgeting XYZ at the dollar rate of XYZ at this moment in time, and they are on it, and whenever there is a fluctuation and the dollar has skyrocketed, they go back to have this conversation on the table again, because it now had a very critical influence on how much they've budgeted for the project. Those are part of the reasons why
can we bring it
now? Bring it home now. And the Lagos to Calabar Coastalway. How much is the budget? How much is the budget for that road?
When was it initiated?
No. So how much is the budget for that road? Number one, how long is it going to take for that road to be completed?
We don't need to roll over.
So in that specific case, it is the specific number of kilometers that the project or the what's it called? Of course, the contractor will be able to finish, which has been calculated and planned in a specific budget year that will be planned for and paid, and probably you have subsequent years are going to be taken care of. Now, in case there are contingencies and they were unable to cover that within a specific period of time, those shortcomings also and those lapses may be factored in the subsequent years.
Let's not forget money was borrowed for that.
Yes, money was budgeted. So some of these contingencies.
We're almost saying the same thing, but in different ways. If we start a year budget by January 1st, by December 31st, we end it and start the new fiscal year budget. Whatever wasn't done or budgeted for or is still in progress in the previous year, we end it. That is called bookkeeping. And we now push where we are going to start from the next year into the next year's budget.
I don't think the Minister of Budget and National Planning, including all the eggheads that we have surrounding the president and the ministries, department, and agencies in building this, does not have an idea or does not know what the principle or the basic principle of bookkeeping is. Those if you look at public finance, these are not your elementary bookkeepings that were taught in primary 3 or in GSS 3.
Let's not take this conversation in that light.
Because we say this is bookkeeping. No, it's not bookkeeping.
We had very intelligent human beings, and we still had 2 world wars. So let's not go there.
So now you know it is not as simple as the bookkeeping you're talking about.
It doesn't matter who is in that space.
Yes.
They should do the right thing. Forget about how old they are or what they schooled. We had the best economics in this country, and we still had SOUQ.
when talking about doing the right thing, you know that when projects of this magnitude are being executed, there are some unforeseen circumstances that will rear their head.
It should be
and they will
planned
affect
for.
and they will affect
Definitely,
it.
definitely.
And also know that the monies that will be used to sponsor this budget or this project, not all of it are available at hand.
Yes,
So you
definitely.
can see that the chances why some of these concerns are going to happen are just obviously
That
true.
is why you have
we agree,
audit
we are-
reviews.
Exactly.
Because
Put it in the next year's
audits
budget.
and reviews are what informed some of these rollovers that we're experiencing to make things
So
better.
what he's trying to say is, at the end of the year,
End
audit it, end it.
Roll it over to the next year.
Simple.
Is that not what the
What
current
is-
administration is
No,
doing?
we are running
Now we
concurrent
are running
budgets.
3 concurrent budgets.
Running three concurrent, but you said it. If those projects does not have to be left behind or to be abandoned in the
You
previous year.
don't abandon projects.
So what is roll over and stop and continue?
Hello, we don't right now.
Because when you say stop, you are not, no. What
listen.
is stop? You mean
Okay,
termination
no,
of
no,
that.
no,
So
no.
why do you have to
Terminate
stop?
the budget.
No, the
Terminate
budget
the
is what
budget.
we're talking about.
Yes.
But the project is running on that budget.
Hold on, Priya, you don't understand. Now see, there is a 2026 budget. The coastal road is in 2026 budget. There's a 2027 budget that we're expecting the coastal road to finish by 2028. The coastal road will be on that particular budget. Wherever they stop this year,
Is that a rollover?
hold on, Priya. Wherever they stop this year, that is where they stop for the budget of 2026. When we are continuing 2027 budget, they budget from where they stopped, what they've spent, and
What they've
what's
spent
left
and what
over.
is
They
left
move it
over,
forward to
yes.
the next
Exactly
year.
what is happening.
No, hold on. But right now, what we are being told, until we see clarification, they are telling Nigerians that we are running this
It
budget.
is the use
with our
of words.
budget.
It is just the use of words. It's not about budgets running.
Then make it
It is just the use of words.
It's not
Because
a
if
user.
you are
It's
saying
not a user because
it-
Wale Edu said it.
That
That
what?
it was 20. It's 20 money generated from 2025. They could not even run 100% of 2025 budget.
those,
They were only
those projects
running on
that were in
30%.
2024,
Yes.
do they need to be taken care of or should they be abandoned?
It should have
taken.
been taken care of
It should
before
have been
now.
no projects that have spanned more than 1 year, that span more than 2 years.
You just
How can you
move-
take
just-
care of
hello,
that
hello,
within the place
Priya.
of just one
We are saying the
annual year
same thing in
budget?
different ways.
Okay, so now you know it is the use of
hello,
words.
End 2024 budget. That fiscal year has ended. Our next book is 2025. Every single project that spanned more than a year should be wherever it stopped is included in 2025. That is why we have
and the
people
money, the
that keep
revenues
thinking.
that are generating, in 2025 for which budgets, for which projects that are running in 2024 are currently still ongoing and that has not been completed, we still need to have to use to facilitate the completion of those projects. It is just the use of words.
Okay, while we align ourselves and try to clarify this use of words, we also need this direct clarification from those in places of authority. When it comes to revenue generation, in the last 3 days, we've seen a lot of discrepancies. Wale Edu came and told us 10 point something is what the federal government made. Now we are seeing 13 point something. We need a lot of this clarification because it helps people outside to be able to deliberate, plan, and also see the government in a better light and not cast aspersions.
Okay,
Because
so
that
Chooks,
is what
Chooks, I think we should also know that with regards to what we're saying, 2025, right, the crude, the budgets, when it was specified and how when they put our revenue target, they said $75 for the barrel of crude. Now look, what has the government done in the medium-term expenditure framework? There's a target until 2028. There are different revenues or how much that we have, by the instrument of forecast, how we are going to sell a barrel of crude. It was $64 in 2026 budget.
yeah, 64 point.
It has now been moved to $60 per barrel. And for 2027, it has been moved to about $64. 2028, it has been moved to about between $64, $68, and $75, $75 thereabout. So you can see that every budget already has its specification for that purpose. And it's always going to affect our revenue because who knows, in 2026, we are looking at $60 per barrel. It may shoot up to about $70 per barrel. That would mean more revenue for the government and our ability to be able to meet our revenue target for the year. Now, 30%.
Should we, at this point in time, still be this much dependent on oil?
Of course not. That is why we're making some form of gains in the non-oil export in the country.
The non-oil export we are looking at is majorly customs.
Customs.
And okay, now tax is coming up for next year.
In fact,
we should start looking at projections for tax itself.
Chooks, if you say just mere customs,
it's majorly customs.
By the time it has been fully digitalized, you will know that customs will bring more, 3 times than what is currently bringing into the country. And with what being the former Osun State governor, who is now the Minister of Blue and Marine Economy, said that we need to decongest the ports in Lagos so that we can also focus in the Niger Delta and other places where we have ports.
Okay.
We should call him to put those words, not just those words, action. We want to start. We need to not only see a plan, and for us being sold those words, we need to see work currently on ground. We need to see those projects concerning ports, seaports outside the southwest, outside Lagos, getting serious budgetary allocation attention.
Are we looking at budgetary allocation, or want to see that particular ministry tell us that okay, at the end of this quarter we generated this amount of money, or we're able to bring this idea to fruition, or this is the amount of investment we've done to the country?
Tell us. We want to see those those fine. Show us, demonstrate that those ports in Warri, in Delta State, in Rivers, in all those areas, not only in the southern part of the country, in the southeast, and also the one in the northern part of the country. We want to see them work. We want to see them work because their economic effect, when we start talking about industrialization and manufacturing, is beyond what we're even planning for.
Okay. So, dear past governor, present minister, this is for you, because on this table, we keep calling you out and want to see you succeed. So, hey, don't take it personal. Let's get to fiscal expenditure. Debt salaries exceed FG, that's federal government revenue, in first 7 months. It's sad that we have to just bring this up here, but hey, we need to sit and talk about this. First 7 months of 2025, debt servicing and personnel costs have exceeded the federal government total revenue for the first 7 months of 2025, according to data from the medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper for 2026 to 2028. From January to July 2025, the federal government earned 13.67. Now, this is the same discrepancy we're talking about from what Wale Edu said 2 days ago. That's in total revenue, far below the pro-rata target of 23.85 trillion. Despite this shortfall, debt service and salary payments continued consuming more than what was generated. The revenue squeeze has led to severe cuts in capital projects, highlighting Nigeria's deepening fiscal crisis and growing concerns about the sustainability of its current expenditure structure. Now, we've kind of talked about this a bit. Is it possible for the government to run a leaner government?
He was advised at the beginning of his administration, and we thought that he would go, by that. But here we are. We had the vice president's renovation. The cost was outrageous. People talked about it. We had the bulletproof. We had so many things. And I'm not surprised that we're getting this report. I'm not surprised that we're getting this report because what's our debt service to revenue ratio? We majorly rely on crude, and crude itself is subjected to oil theft, subsidy cost, and so many other things.
Global market price.
Then we have a bloated government expenditure. We have so many things. So it's too much until we start to cut our coat. Is it cut your coat according to your size or according to your garment, they say these days?
Right now, you don't cut coat according to size. You cut it according to the cloth you have.
Exactly. So is it possible for us to have a leaner government? It is possible. It starts by policies, it starts by enacting laws that guide borrowings, that guide so many other things. I mean, it's not about sending a bill to say you want to borrow $500 million and the Senate just approves it without scrutiny. Now, there was this rabble-rousing in the lower chamber that talked about what was passed as the tax reform bill.
Not being what is seen in the Gazette.
Not being what is now gazetted. It's brewing. I'm following. I'm tracking that story. This is where we are at. So now, a ministry comes up and says, okay, this is how much we are projecting for the year. That's why I keep on saying it. How are you going to make sure that if you give you this is what you're bringing back. This is what and what. We have the blue economy. What has been of that blue economy? We only had report that, the blue economy needs money to run. A whole gold mine.
Maybe they need money to get the mines working.
So it's a whole. Then our export. We have gold. We have so many natural resources. Why are states not tapping into that? We've not heard anything about gold in the north. It's so much there. Lithium and the rest of them, it's there. What is happening? Why is it's only the south and all that we're hearing? What about the north? What is happening? It's a whole lot of things. And it's because so many states rely on federal government. All they do is just wait for an allocation. One state is giving something billion as revenue, and you're collecting trillion back. How does it add up? Is it only Lagos?
Okay.
I mean, PA State has so much oil deposits. What is happening?
Don't worry. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Now, let's get back to your submission before we went on the second story. You were looking at the ports working. There is no way Nigeria can come out of this issue if we don't get productive. This is the baseline. Most people still don't understand. Most times we keep looking at the government, but we are not a productive country. We import more than we export. We go to the market to buy, not to sell. If we are looking at bringing those ports back, which means we have to start having goods to export, how can we turn things around?
Okay. First of all, emphasis will be on the subnational government. And, recently we saw in the news how the number of empty containers in the country, the numbers actually depleted and declined because we, exported a few things, and the number of containers that we used in exporting, the throughput, actually increased. And so we begin to ask, where, was that effect, where is it really actually coming from? Of course, if you trace it very, very well, every entity or every subset is adding their own, contributing their own quota. The federal government, the state government, the local government, individuals and production, the few things that we're producing, because recently our export to other African countries increased. Our export to America actually has drastically fallen down because of the tariff on the goods, and those businessmen who are exporting, even when they do, they are going to, those who are importing it, they will have to increase the price, and the final consumer will bear the burden. That it has fallen. So we are concentrating now in Africa, and when we begin to see the tariffs within our African countries is going to go down. So that is an untapped market that we need to take advantage of, SOUQs. And we've not been doing much of that. And I think one thing that we must realize, as not only a state, but as subnationals, is when we look at what we need to put in place for us to, take our place industrially, for us to develop our state, maybe like Delta State, Edo State, Ogun State needs to, have some form of independence when we talk about industrialization.
Can we talk about industrialization in the absence of power?
No, that's where I'm going.
Okay.
Because they look at, if we are going to start talking about that, they're looking at long-term plans that will outlive their administration, their 8 years, if they are fortunate to have 2 terms in government. That's going to, so they need to plan ahead. But apart from planning ahead, we need to have states where an independent body, maybe like the State Economic Council, if we have State Economic Council in different states, they need to come together, just the way we have National Economic Council. They need to come together and they need to start planning to develop an economic blueprint, an economic plan for 30 years, for 50 years, for the states, so that irrespective of the political party that takes over political power in that state, you know, already have a blueprint. We know that they have political manifestos. We know that they have manifestos that their political party has given to them economy-wise for them to take care of. But they also need to have a state economic blueprint that which each administration that comes to power, irrespective of the political party, can run on that. If we have palm oil in the southeast and in the southern part of the country, what stops even the state government, if private individuals are not going there, to either, you know, instigate private individuals' interest by providing some form of ground for them to operate just the way we would give to multinationals if they come, so that we can empower them to, you know, take advantage of that sector and export to other African countries. Let their focus be on other African countries. And if we do not do this, as I round up, if we do not do this, you know, we're looking at the Sahel states, and the way we look at them is, I would call it myopic. We think they are just military people who took over power, and they are exerting military authority in those climes to govern and to take over power. They are developing, they are collaborating with people like Russia, that is very much industrialized. They are collaborating with North Korea. They are collaborating with other East European countries to develop their economy. And if we do not, you know, on our own run with our so-called collaborators to empower ourselves industrial-wise, in the next 20, 30 years, the balance of power, it will change in Africa. Because if you listen to Traore very well, and we know that when we look at power, we assess power military-wise, economic-wise, and some other, you know, index and indices.
You say collaborate with other countries. We've collaborated with China for so long. What has that got us? They still import our own Gary back into our country.
Yeah, okay, but you look at the way Russia is collaborating, or that those also are collaborating with Russia and North Korea. It's not only security, industrialization.
Okay, I really appreciate this. But at this point in time, this is when we need to start pushing our heads and tell us, Nigeria, we need to do better. We can't be looking at revenue generation of a little above 13 trillion.
It's very abysmal.
That's for the federal government, though. Yes. That's not what the state and all that, because this is what the federal government has gotten after the sharing and all that, but it's low. We all have to take responsibility and get productive. It just tells us one thing: we are not productive. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll go to the sector that the boss bass is making heads roll. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name, an index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Dangote's unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SBL SOUQ Business Landscape, and we were looking at Nigeria budget and asking ourselves, if we get productive, this budget is small. Now it behoves me, and it's now on me and you to make sure that we get productive. Let's produce something and bring something to the market. Talking about the market, there is another market that is being shaken up, and it has to do with the petroleum sector. That is a regulatory framework that is being shaken up. The petroleum sector shaking as two top regulators, now resign amid Dangote dispute. Nigeria's petroleum sector was thrown into fresh uncertainty on Wednesday after the sudden resignation of the heads of two key regulatory agencies, Malam Farouk Ahmed of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and Gbenga Komolafe of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. The presidency confirmed the resignations, which come amid rising tensions between the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and NMDPRA over import policies, pricing and regulatory control, and personal issues too. Industry insiders linked the exit to a formal petition filed by Dangote Group President Aliko Dangote alleging sabotage. The resignations raised fresh concerns about regulatory stability in the petroleum sector, especially as Dangote's refinery reshapes the downstream market and fuel importers face steep losses. Investors and operators alike are now watching for new appointments and policy direction from the Tinubu administration. Okay. This particular table called it just 2 days ago that this was going to happen. It was just a matter of time when it was going to happen. And we did not envisage that the effect was going to affect Mr. Komolafe.
It was a stray bullet.
It's true. Okay. Now, this has happened, and Engineer Saidu Mohammed has been tipped and sent to National Assembly for confirmation. Now, let's face what it is. Should NNPC be in the business of importing fuel? Dear Priye, since you are the one issuing licenses for importers, should you also be in that particular space of importing fuel? Why can't you just be a regulator?
Why must it import fuel? And why can't it just be a regulator?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I may not be able to give a straightforward answer to that, but the NNPC itself needs to do business.
Yeah, they need to do business. Good.
So if they need to do business, knowing fully well that what they have cannot go around, they also need to bring in some to supplement others that we have currently locally.
Why
can't it go around?
Do they have something in the first place?
Okay, so, well, when I mean like I'm talking about
you
domestic
said what
production.
they have.
And when I'm saying what they have, I'm talking about domestic production.
NNPC is domestic production.
I'm talking about
refinery or licensing.
I'm talking about what we have locally and the fact that they need to do business.
Be specific.
Now,
who has?
Just a moment.
Is it crude you're talking about?
Now, if the NNPC will need to give licenses and to retract licenses from others who are operating in those places whose licenses are not being used or explored for the purpose for which they are given. We've talked about this on this table before, where they said they are going to do that, and they've already been doing that.
License for import, not exploration licenses.
Now, for those who are going to be importing, we need to create a level playing field.
For importers?
Not only for importers, both those who are importing and for domestic, for those who are operating within the country, who are not importing.
How can you create a level playing field for importers?
Because we are trying to avoid monopoly.
Refiners.
Monopoly is what we are trying to avoid here. We've not gotten to the stage where we need to stop importing.
Yes, we've not gotten there, but are we give more preference to the person refining than the person importing?
I think obviously we are.
Okay.
We are.
Obviously, yes,
If
we are.
we wouldn't have gotten to what happened yesterday.
No. Obviously, we are. No, that's
if we are also NNPC, we will not be the one importing.
What happened about the resignation of Mr. SOUQ? It's about the private. It's about corruption allegation.
Okay.
It's about corruption allegation. And we know that sometimes corruption allegation cannot be isolated from the inefficient performance of those specific ministry that are involved in
Can I ask one question?
Come again, please.
Who said that the fuel that was being refined in Dangote's refinery was substandard?
The man that has resigned.
Thank you very much. I rest my case.
No. Of course, we know that there's loggerheads between both. He made reference, was it not in 2024, when he made that reference, that look, he made that allegation against, and of course, that is one level that took the battle to the next level.
That's sabotage.
Of course, these are, they are already saying they are not supposed to be competitors, but it's as if they already become competitors because
NNPC is importing fuel.
Not only because NNPC is importing fuel.
Okay,
but also,
can we go back?
Not only because NNPC is importing fuel,
okay,
but also because Dangote, he sees reason why he should cut prices. And when he does that, of course, it shakes the market.
Okay, hold on.
And when it shakes the market, those importers feel hurt.
Hold on. Now we are missing a point here. If NNPC is not directly importing fuel, the NNPC is not directly importing fuel, should they be happy at Dangote bringing down prices? If as a regulator,
no, they shouldn't.
Why should they not?
Okay. Wait, just a moment.
Just a
moment now.
Okay.
Go ahead. Just a moment. If NNPC is not importing fuel at all,
yes,
and Dangote brings down the price,
yes,
it's allowing NNPC not importing, but others are importing. Great. So it's allowing those who are importing and Dangote to have the battle on ground go on.
So now,
which I think NNPC on their own did. But when the individual involved, now see, Chooks, there's something we must understand. Sometimes when we see the individual occupying certain government offices, certain position, take certain action.
Let's leave the individual and talk about the corporation.
So sometimes there are allegations, or sometimes there are uproar in the system that some individuals completely instigate using their position of government appointments. So in that light, we tend to look at it as the corporation, is the government entity that is taking that action.
But it is.
Yes, and it will not be wrong if we look at it from that perspective. But sometimes that is why we need some persons, the relevant agencies, the relevant government agencies, including the security agencies, that should have, look at the individual and the operation of the corporation, and look at the laws, the regulations that distinguishes the individual and the entity itself, and bring it to light.
Can I say something?
Okay.
Now, in as much as I don't like Trump, this whole Netflix acquisition of Warner Brothers and Trump stepping in. Why is he stepping in? Because he believes that the local streaming platforms will be hurt with this major acquisition that can hurt them. That is why he's stepping in. That is someone who is thinking about his own. That is what Nigeria, that is what NNPC should be thinking or should be doing. They should be thinking how imports would affect local refinery and how they can boost local refinery. Just like Chooks asked you, that should they not be happy that Dangote is bringing...
They should actually. They should be happy. But that is why I'm talking about individual and entity here. Now, we must understand... Let me give another perspective to it.
Let's leave the individual now, because whatever that individual was,
so,
he was sending circulars that had the name and signature of the organization.
When the marketers were screaming and crying out, because Dangote reduced price, which is a good thing for Nigerians to, and they are screaming and crying out that is shaking the market, and when they were crying out, who did they run to?
They ran to their fellow importer of oil.
Okay. Why didn't they run to NNPC? Did they go to NNPC?
You say, of course, yes, NNPC was part of it.
So NNPC was, so when NNPC became part of it, did he tell there's no instruction for Dangote to, there was no caution. Or we know that they are,
hold on. There was.
For Dangote not to reduce price.
Yes, there was. If you remember very well, earlier on, this same...
this sector has been deregulated. How would you tell him not to deregulate?
If you remember very well, on this particular table, they came and said that they were going to fix prices. If you remember very, very well.
And
they said they were going to fix
Dangote refinery.
Yes. And they actually even fixed prices.
Yeah, there was back and forth, if you remember.
And Dangote refused, and you can't tell him how much he was going to sell his product.
But they don't have any right to fix price when it has been deregulated.
They did.
So that's where we need to draw the line, because deregulation itself is a law. No, I'm coming, Chooks. I'm so sorry I need to cut you short. I'm so sorry about this. Deregulation itself, it's a law. And in the operation of that law, NNPC is the one working. So now whoever came again to say, no, we are going to fix the price, that's not NNPC speaking. That's an individual entity who's using his guys as a place of authority in NNPC to completely abuse the system.
Now we understand. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are. When you speak as someone in a place of authority from an organization or from a government ministry or agency, is that agency that is speaking.
Yeah.
So, dear Mr. President, if anybody...
There are times where these functionaries will tell you, this is not the position of the government, this is my own position.
Then resign.
No, they put it out plain there.
No.
Then we know
if you are occupying a position of authority for the people, on behalf of the people, you can't speak for yourself, you speak for the organization.
Yes.
The day you want to speak for yourself, please pack your bag.
No, the way you speak for yourself, you are going to say it plainly.
No.
Because even diplomats do that. The day they are speaking from their own perspective that is not of the government of the country they represent, they say point blankly that, look, this is not the position of the government. However, they are equally very, very careful, because while people will take it with a pinch of salt that, oh, yes, this is not the position of the government, you are under serious scrutiny, because if you go flat, straight, they will take you up, and it can be used against your nation that you represent. So I think this is all actually what's playing up here. I don't think Dangote has a problem with NNPC. I think he has a problem with those who are running NNPC, and we've seen that these people, you know, this is not even the first. Okay. Right? This is not even the first. You remember the former GMD. Yes. This is not even the first. And we can see that sometimes these people that occupy this position will make a personally instigated, line of policy and take a cover at the back. The organization NNPC and its insignia becomes the facade in front of it, then they hide behind it.
There was this particular question. If you answered this question, we wouldn't have gone this far in this particular discourse.
But we need to go far so that we can...
That particular question was this. If NNPC was not importing fuel, we will have the... do you foresee
it's having this fiasco? No. It's a no.
They will just be a regulator.
Yes.
Okay. But they need to do business. They need to do business to get money.
They need to do
right.
I agree with you. Great. So regulate and business in your regulation. If you can't get refineries to work,
if they can't get refineries to work,
don't be disfinancing
talk to the subnational government. Oh, I can. Who knows? Maybe because of Dangote, Lagos State would not, going to build their own personal refineries. Because I tell you, if Lagos builds a refinery, they're going to run it efficiently. Okay. I dare say that. But no, what Lagos, you can build a refinery in Delta State. It's closer to build a refinery. Yes, in Delta State. It's going to be because it's closer to the oil wells. It's closer to, so you don't need to run pipelines directly from those places across the sea to Lagos. And just the way Lagos is now owning farms in Niger State, where the Niger State government,
so they should own a refinery.
They can own a refinery in Delta State. They can own a refinery.
Are you speaking for Delta or speaking for yourself?
Lagos is business savvy.
He's speaking for himself right now.
Lagos is business savvy. They can do that.
You're not speaking for Delta.
So you can suggest that the State House of Assembly can suggest that.
Let me help you. Yeah? Now,
don't help me.
Delta State has the Boris.
Thank you.
Delta State has
it's a profitable venture. It's a profitable venture.
That's 3 different generations of people.
No, it's a business.
Hold on. Now you have a whole lot of generational wealth in Delta State. They should do that thinking.
Thank you.
It's a suggestion, and I think the good administration will take a look and pay some form of attention.
Okay. While they pay attention, let's get to another story. It has to do with climate change. We won't dwell much. Now, the federal government is putting a full ban on wood exports nationwide. Now, they revoke all licenses that has to do with wood exports. Federal government has announced an immediate nationwide ban on export of wood and allied products, revoking all previously issued licenses and permits. The Minister of Environment, Balarabe Lawal, made the disclosure on Wednesday at the 18th National Council on Environment meeting held in Katsina State. Lawal said the move was in line with Presidential Executive Order on the Prohibition and Exportation of Wood and Allied Products 2025, aimed at tackling rampant illegal logging and reversing deforestation trends. Okay, now we have this particular issue. Most people we don't talk about it much, and it has to do with the amount of desertification that is happening up north, and the crisis is fueling among communities that now have to move, and your ancestral lands is now being shared by people that were hitherto not there before. If we say let's completely stop this for now and give ourselves a period of, let's say, 15-20 years to replant trees and reclaim land, I think this will go a long way in helping us.
It should go a long way.
Then for illegal logging, can we cope with this?
Yeah, I think this report, funny thing, I saw a video on X. Someone made a video. He was recording trailer loads with trucks of wood. Now, allegedly, he said that it was owned by a Chinese company and they were going into the forest and cutting down trees and all that. That's what the video was trying to say. And that he was asking in Nigeria.
And moving the log out of the country.
Yes. So he was like, who even gave these people the approval to do this and all that? So I think maybe, I don't know, maybe they saw that video and all that. But it's a good one. It's a good thing. But, we live in a country whereby so many deforestation is going on, lands are being acquired, buildings here and there. It goes more than this. I think a law should even be enacted, to safeguard this. First of all, let's start from there. Let the law be enacted to safeguard this. Let's give ourselves 15. I praise Fashola, the administration of Fashola. Where he did that time about trees and all that. I think other governors should emulate that.
Okay.
I think other governors should emulate that.
Okay. Growing up, traveling from the north down to Lagos here, it was forest all the way from, before you even get to Lokoja, down to...
Even Lagos, Ibadan, before, growing up, it was like that.
You get into, you won't see the sun till maybe after 5 minutes, but all that is gone. Even the Lagos Benin side of it now, all that is gone. We need to work. State governors, get to action. Now let's get straight to our next story. Struggling industrial. We talked about this earlier today. Now, Nigerian textile imports hit 814 billion in 9 months, exposing industry weakness. Nigeria's textile imports is rising, and we're looking at 814 billion in first 9 months of 2025, highlighting a struggling local industry despite ongoing government claims of revival. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics show quarterly increase of 228.83 billion. Okay, let's not go further. If we cast our minds back, we used to have major textile mills, Kano, Kaduna. We had a whole lot of them. They employed people in their thousands, in tens of thousands. Even local farmers, local women, elderly people, everybody has something to play in that chain. But over the years, thanks to SOUQ, thanks to bad economic planning, and thanks to those very intelligent people told us that in government places, we lost all this. Exactly.
Intelligent people.
Yeah, exactly. You are telling us about intelligent people in government that they know what they're doing. So those particular... How can we bring back this industry? The textile to be precise.
Yes, the textile
to be
precise. Intelligent people in government.
Definitely, I agree with you.
Great. And sometimes intelligence cannot be measured by the output, because sometimes some other things might come and fester. Some things that fester. So, textile. Chooks, I think that's even low. 814 billion naira.
In just 9 months.
Well, if it's just 9 months. Import alone. I think it
in
is.
9 months.
I think it's true. And
now hold on. Now, sorry for cutting you. Sadly, this is the what's it called? This is the data coming from
NBS
Customs. I don't know if you understand. This is the official duty stamped. That what about those that did not come through the regular means? Which
yes,
small borders is more.
Yes, I was going to say that. Now, Chooks, we are quite a very, very populated country. And if you go to even Idumota here, and you look at those, there are shops that all they sell, there's just materials, clothing. How many of them were locally made? They were shipped in with containers.
Less than 2%.
1%.
Less than 1%.
Into the country. So, these are the things that government should tariff. And it's coming from, we know where it's coming from. Most of them are coming from China.
Switzerland.
Most of them come from China, Switzerland, and other, including
India.
And these people are well populated than Nigeria. And so these are the things that we are supposed to tariff, for lack of a better word, crazy tariff on them.
But if we are saying we should put tariff,
people still buy it.
Hold on,
so they're expensive. They're naturally expensive.
They are not expensive enough.
Now, question: where is the local substitute?
Okay. So I'm coming. The local substitutes are there.
Are they?
They are there.
They are not.
They are there. They are almost not there. That's what you mean to say. They are there. And you are trying to match them with what we are importing.
I'm not even looking at quality. I'm looking at quantity.
No, SOUQs, do remember that you don't have to just look at one factor. You have to look at a whole lot of factors. And this is not me defending it. Nigerians, he said they are expensive. I'm saying they are not expensive enough. Maybe if we tariff more of them, it's going to be more expensive. And if we tariff more of them and they become more expensive, then let's say the few local industries that we have, the market will give way for them a little, for them to express themselves and make some money and expand their production. And for those text mills that you have, sometimes if they are not working, that is why there are so many ways that the subnationals can make money and provide employment for the people within their vicinity, within their region, within their states. And they're not taking advantage of that. They are always looking at the top and they're not looking down. The Chinese that Olumide referenced about logging, there is a local law. There's a law that hinders private persons from going in to take advantage of our environment and to make use of natural resources without license and bringing harm to the environment. So those Chinese that we're talking about, they came to this country, bought a truck, drove into whichever forest they like and start cutting down log and trees? No. They must have gone through some government entities and probably they will have licenses for that purpose, or probably they have a doctored license for them to do that. And when after they cut it down, did we reach a conversation with them that, look, you can't take this out of the country. You can only sell them here. You can only do their processing here. So if we had put a stiff law that you can't take them out, we're not even supposed to cut them down in the first place, but you know what? We think, okay, you can go ahead and cut them down. But if you're cutting them down, you can't take them out of this country. That would make them to put on, to erect and erect a woods processing plant. And not only that, but also other manufacturing activities that can turn them into finishing products, or like furniture, that will provide another business for the country and employment for Nigerians. Now, in this textile, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Our brothers in the southeast that we're known for this as well, when they are supplying market out of the country. Of course, they make more money when they do that, and you cannot blame them.
What they do is finished product. They are not, the textile mills are dead.
The textile mills, well, fine, you will say they are dead. Some of which, but you see some of these materials, they get and they take out of this country.
The materials come from outside the country.
Not all of them come from out of the country.
99.9% of them come from outside the country.
So you can see that even private individuals, you can't force them into business terrains that they don't have idea of, or they don't even know how it runs.
How can we revive that
tariff?
Tariff will not revive it.
No. Okay, fine, but do you want the government to build the textile mill and run a business on that?
We had textile mills in this country.
Okay, to revamp them.
Government-owned, state-owned, and private-owned.
So they are dead, and the government is not showing any sign of trying to revive them. Why not sell them off? Okay. So if the government were to sell them off, what are the private individuals that are going to buy? And if when private individuals start coming forth to buy, Nigerians will raise another allegation the government is selling them to their own political cronies. Okay. Now, in that specific case, even if they are selling it to their own political cronies, at least they will show capacity that we can buy and run this textile mill. In that specific case, they even have to do that, and we must see them doing that. There was a time when the Ajaokuta steel, when we start talking about the Ajaokuta steel, the government was accused of trying to allow Indians to run that in some time ago. Other people raised their voice and said the Indians are not running it, they are pilfering the Ajaokuta steel. And within a period of time, it died again. Now, where is the Ajaokuta steel?
It's still there. It's not working. Okay. Now, Olumide, let's still talk about the mills. The major mill that is kind of working right now are not Nigerian-owned mills. They are owned by Indians and Malaysians. Even the one in Lagos is not Afrit. It's not owned by. It's not owned by us.
Are they Nigerian businesses,
So
Nigerian business moguls from going into that place? They don't want to go there.
How can we get back into these spaces and really do what we were good at doing? The mills were working. How can we get back there?
It's quite, it can come in two ways. It can come from the private sector. It can also come from the government, in the sense that the government, what they can do is, if they can do public-private partnership to revive these textile mills, employ people there who will work there, then also create a market that will, because it's not just producing this thing, there has to be a market ready to consume this thing. And
the market is there.
The market is there. Beautiful. Nigeria first. Let's throw it into the ministries and all that. Let's have them. I mean, every Friday in ministries and offices, they wear local attires.
The market is there.
The market is there. Good. Make it, give them some tax incentives. The BOI is also there. It can come in. We can have it subnational, state by state. Invest in this. The BOI can also come and support, so that it can be state-run. And, well, even though government running things is not what I would recommend for, then I'll move to the private sector. So for the private sector, you can give them tax incentives. If I want to go into such thing, of course, I will need a loan. And the only place I would really be able to access good loan or grant or whatever is from BOI, I can't go to the bank because the interest rate they would give me, it would even discourage me.
Okay, the 0.11% that you said that it's local that we need to run. How can the government protect them and let them express themselves and grow?
That's where tariff comes in.
Would you accept, would you propose, or would you support a proposal if the government said that, look, businesses in this area, we want to support you with capital for offtake?
But you have to show capacity before we give you.
Fine, considering all those capacity and all of that, if the government said we're going to come in to help Nigerian businesses in that, will Nigerians accept it?
Definitely.
Will we accept it?
Why would Nigerians accept it?
Number two, if the government is going to do that with the market that Olumide is talking about, the government creating the market. The government is not just going to create the market. The government will need to slam.
Hold on, the market is there already.
Yes, the market.
It's just this. Just take a look around us. Take a look outside this building. 99% of everybody you see is wearing an adorning material that is not woven in this country.
Great. Chooks, you say creating the market. This is what I mean by
so the market
is there. But if the market is there, even the local ones that we are, they are still reeling. So when you say the government creating the market, we are talking about something quite very, very technical. Very technical in the sense that the government will need to help local businesses to the level where they can compete with those Indian textile mills that we have in the country.
Okay.
The Chinese-owned textile mills that we have in the country. The Australian textile mills, the Asian bloc textile mills that we have running in the country. We need to have local businesses that can perform at that level, generate the same quality, if not more, I'm coming, sorry.
Okay.
Generate the same quality, and also, but the price of to purchase by Nigerians is something that they can afford, just the way they can afford the foreign ones that are coming.
Okay.
Then tariff them.
Okay, can I shock you? Now, apart from operational cost of the textile mills owned by foreigners in this country, which is a shame to us because they shouldn't have that kind of operational cost. They generate their own power and a whole lot of things. Then some behavioral activities of we working in those particular places. Aside that, do you know that they can't produce enough to satisfy the market?
I know.
All of them.
Yes.
Year on year, if you have to have a specific order, you book and wait. That's to tell you that they can't satisfy 10% of
Yes, that's the enormity of the market on ground. But you know what? Local investors are scarce in that terrain. Why? That's the question we should ask.
Okay. Now,
operational cost that you said is the brain of the problem.
We need to have a seminar to really ask ourselves why we are not getting into these particular places. We have just barely a few minutes to go. But before we go there, let's have this particular one. It has to do with Trump Trumpism, and CNN. Now, Trump is backing CNN sale amid Warner Bros. Takeover fight. Now the U.S. President Trump has publicly supported calls for the sale of CNN. Now, CNN is part of the Warner Bros. Conglomerate, injecting political weight into the ongoing battle over Warner Bros. Discovery future. Trump endorsement of a potential divestment has heightened concerns over media independence as rival bidders like Paramount and Netflix vie for the control of the historic studio. Then also the 2026 World Cup. FIFA is set to record a 50 million prize for 2026 World Cup winners. Okay, we have just barely 3 minutes on this. When this Warner Bros. Issue sprang up, it was very funny, knowing fully well that CNN was in the mix. And I just said, no, Trump is not going to be silent about this. Now, Warner Bros. Is saying that they have on paper a deal with Netflix. And they are trying to say we are going to go with Netflix. Do you see this playing out? Do you think Trump will allow them go with Netflix? One sentence. No, one sentence. Do you think Trump would let them go with Netflix?
Trump would not let them go with, and that's why America is beautiful. I'm trying to remember the agency. There's an agency that is going to, or a ministry that's going to decide what they are particular about is how it's going to hurt other American businesses. So that's what they are trying to tilt to. But it's an independent business. So how much can you do to try and control this independent business? Yes, you have personal emotions for CNN, but you should not let that also cloud your judgment.
Yeah, but if they say no?
If they say no, it's no. America obeys law.
Trump is going to get what he wants. It's not only about American interest in CNN or in that Warner Bros. It's about an American Republican that's going to have that, because the benefit far outweighs the economic bet.
Benefit to who?
The benefit of who gets it.
Okay, benefit of who gets it.
The strands runs through the veins of, yes, economy, business, yes, that's just a bit. Politically, that's the target.
Okay, politically, that's the target. That's pre-submission. Okay, now, before we leave, let's look at 50 million for World Cup winners. 2026 World Cup.
$50 million.
$50 million. Not Naira. No, don't even think about it.
It's sad that we would not get to partake in this largely, but it's a good encouragement for us to work better. Maybe in the next World Cup will be 100 million or more and all that, but it's a good one. That's where I'll stop.
Yeah, because whenever things like this come, I just think about my country, Nigeria, and recently we filed some form of petition against DRC Congo.
We filed petition to FIFA against Congo.
Some of their players are having dual citizenship, and their country constitution does not accept that. So FIFA should call them to order, and if it is true, remove them so Nigeria can go and we have a 50 million prize too.
Okay, dear fellow Nigerians, we win football on the field of play, not via politics.
We need to solve the problem of a coach. Has always been the problem, getting a good coach. Okay,
I want to say thank you to everyone that has been part of this production today, to our fellow colleagues at the MCR. Thank you very much to Godson, to Gladys, and to Praise. We'll see you guys. Well done. Sam, we're not forgetting you. Then the guys at the behind the cameras, Austin, Gabriel, and Joseph. Thank you. To every other backroom staff, we say thank you very much. This is SBL. We want to do this again tomorrow, being Friday. So hey, it's going to be a good chilling day to start the weekend. So prepare for it. Let your friends know that SBL is live on SOUQ Television. So go on social media, follow us, like, comment. We'll talk about it. Then remember to always share. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Be nice. Pray.
I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Good morning to you. Many thanks for watching.
And I'm Olumide Shukra. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignited his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top
A very warm welcome to you on this special edition of Across Borders, and here on SOUQ News TV, I am Grace Komalafe. Today is indeed a special edition because the world is marking International Migrants Day, a moment to reflect on migration not just as movement across borders, but as human experience shaped by identity, survival, culture, and contribution. Behind every migrant statistics is a real story, that of hope and struggle, resilience and reinvention. This episode of Across Borders focuses on the theme, Migrate Story, Culture and Development. Through lived experiences, we explore how migration shapes individuals and communities and how returnees continue to contribute to the development at home. Migration affects more than families. It also shapes economies and societies in different ways. For some, it represents opportunity. For others, it is driven by necessity. What remains constant is that migration is deeply human and its impact goes far beyond numbers. To guide this conversation, we are joined by two guests who engage with migration from different but complementary perspectives. Joining us virtually is Kehinde Adegboyega, a human rights and media professional with over a decade of experience working at the intersection of journalism, digital rights, and civic accountability. He is the executive director of the Human Rights Journalists Network Nigeria and has collaborated with organizations such as the United Nations, Amnesty International, and OHCHR on issues of press freedom and human rights documentation. Kehinde also leads the African International Human Rights Film Festival, which uses storytelling to examine civic space, digital rights, and social justice across the continent. We are also joined here in the studio in person by Jeremiah Adelu, the director of the Voice of Migrants Association, and of course, a returning migrant who is bringing personal experience and advocacy into today's discussion. Together, we explore migrant story, culture, and development. We begin the conversation with Jeremiah Adelu after this break. Please stay with us. Welcome back to Across Borders, a program that brings you insights into the lived experiences of migrants and charts the way to having a policies that guides and benefit all. And to begin the conversation, like I mentioned earlier, is Jeremiah Adelu. It's a pleasure having you this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. It's been my pleasure being here too.
Yeah. Wow. So, I mean, I want to make bold to say that Jeremiah was our first guest on Across Borders, and that was 2 years ago. It deserves a round of applause.
So it has been a long time coming for us, yeah?
Yes.
Good to see you too.
Thank you so much. And I want to ask you, I mean, before I go into the question, let me wish you, specifically, let me wish you happy International Migrants Day.
Thank you.
All right, so without wasting so much of our time, let's get into this conversation. I want to believe that it's going to be engaging and very interesting. Today is International Migrants Day, and I want to ask that from what you observe in your work, what does this day represent to migrants and returnees themselves, and how closely does this connection, how does it connect with their everyday reality?
Okay, good morning, viewers. I'm happy once again to be here. Thank you, Grace, for having me.
You're welcome.
For me, International Migrant Day, for me, is not just about commemoration. Let's just celebrate. For me, it's about the movement of hope, the movement of belief, the movement of culture, the movement of resilience, the movement of strength, right? So when we come together and we say we are celebrating, we should also be factoring this, alongside, because people who migrate, they are not actually migrating to go and play. They left with so much desperation, so much zeal that, okay, I am going to this place to go and celebrate, to go and work, or to go and, share my experience with this host country or destination country. So when we are celebrating or commemorating like this, it should be that all of us who are migrants, or who are either potential migrants or already migrants in destination country or return migrant, are happy, to be celebrated, because it's like our Christmas, and thank God it's happening in the Christmas season. So we are all happy that we are celebrating today. So for me, it means a lot to me. It means happiness, it means joy, it means boldness, it means steadfastness, it means belief, and also as we are celebrating with the year theme, with our culture, with our dignity. Thank you so much.
Oh, good. Thank you. So I love that. With our culture, let's celebrate our culture with our dignity. So migration, a day like this, migration itself gets a lot of attraction.
True.
Do you understand? So I like to ask that as much as this day gets so much attraction, what important aspect do you think deserves more attention other than the regular celebration? What major aspect do you think deserves more attention?
Okay, so for me as a return migrant, I don't have a major aspect. I have a diverse aspect. So if we look at culture, we need to look at migration from the cultural perspective. If we look at education, we have to look at it from the educational perspective. We look at religion, we have to look at it from religious perspective. If we look at skill, we have to also look at it from that dimension, because people travel from different reasons. So we cannot just say, okay, it's just because of culture. No. We go there, we learn different ideas, we learn different activities, and when we come back home to our country, you see us putting that zeal, that whatever that has made us to travel before or what we found there, we bring them back to our country to develop our community, to develop our society, and that is what has made Nigeria to live where we were in 90s to where we are today. So it's all encompassing altogether.
Great. That's interesting. So I want to ask you, as a returnee, I'd like you to briefly share your story with us and tell us what exactly has helped you, to reintegrate, to move away from all of the worries, all of the concerns, the troubles, and become a better person, and even influencing and impacting life at this point. Share with us.
Okay, so as life of a returnee, of a return migrant, is not far-fetched. My story had to be a bad story before, but because of how I now see the story, I now say it from the point of strength. So I was just doing my business when I finished school from Auchi Polytechnic, Auchi. And as Nigerian now, you'll be forced to start taking care of your younger ones because you just finished school, at least you need to get jobs. So there was no job forthcoming. I applied then, I didn't get jobs. So I had to start working on my own capacity. So I started laundry and dry cleaning business. I was just doing that on my own. So I had a lot of customers, a lot of businesses, that were coming to patronize me as a laundryman. So I have this faithful customer who, when he comes, he's a traveler. He goes to Dubai, he goes to different nations. So as he's coming back, he exchanges clothes with the ones I gave him before. So I know as a laundryman, because of the tag in his clothes, that he travels. I know. So anytime he comes, he will just give me money and tell me to keep the change. Sometimes I can do 5,000, you can just give me 10,000 and tell me, keep the change. You are a very hardworking guy. When I got there, my friends liked the way the clothes were. So those things were just giving me motivations, So one day he told me that how much am I washing his clothes? I told him for his sleeve shirt is 150. It was like 150. That money is too small now. That in Germany, where he's coming from presently, that day, that one clothes is being washed for €7. And as at then, €1 was 470 something. Okay. So in my head as a businessman, I've already calculated €7 times, So for one shirt, I will be getting 2,000 plus in the place of 150 naira. So my mind was just thinking. So he told me, relax, don't worry, I'm going to help you. You're a very hardworking guy. And I was like, okay, let's go. And I said, if I can be able to raise 300,000 naira, that will help me to complete the rest. Being that I'm a hardworking person, I tell him, okay, no problem. So the father told me that I should not tell anybody, that he just wants to use this to help me. He don't want people to be looking at him like, he's just being, one of stuff. So I went home. It was towards the end of the month of September 2015. So everything I had, I collected all my thrift. The 4 workers that were working with me, I didn't pay them that month because Oga won't travel. So I collected everything. I collected the thrift. I called him after 2 weeks and I gave him the money. So immediately I gave him the money. That day was a Saturday. He told me I should start coming. I was like, coming to where?
To where?
He said, you've paid your money now. You are ready. If you are ready, that means I'm ready too. So I was not the one begging him, sir, can we shift it to Monday so that at least I can, package myself. As a laundryman, they should know that somebody that is coming to Germany, is coming with some laundry clothes so that they will know. So, the next 3 days later, I was Monday, I had to leave Edo State and we moved to the journey. The journey started. So from Edo State to Sokoto, we passed through the Sokoto route anyway. So when we got to the Sokoto immigration, where we have the immigration, they stopped the vehicle, our vehicle, and we were 18 persons in the vehicle.
Let me cut you a bit. Were you aware that it's going to be through that route when he had a conversation with you in the start?
Yeah, he told me that the route is, he told me through the route, but he didn't tell me the dangers of the route.
Okay.
He just told me that, don't worry, in 2 weeks you are going to call your people international number that Jerry has arrived Germany. So he didn't really tell me XYZ what I'm going to see. He was like, for me, I was thinking, you are just traveling from Lagos to Abuja or from Benin to Sokoto. From Sokoto, you will just move that. It's a smooth route. He didn't explain to me the Sahara Desert. He didn't explain to me Libya experience. He didn't explain to me Mediterranean Sea. It was just like it's stone through. Once you get there, you pass. You'll see your mates there, even people that you are older than, So that alone boosts my confidence. Like, okay, if this man has been going, has been coming, and is ready to help me. Who am I? Let me try. And coupled with the fact that in Edo State, it's like a tradition where you see every house, has a representative abroad, either in Italy, in Spain, like that. So in my own house, I don't have anybody abroad. So he worked on my emotion, like, if you go there now, you'll be the first.
You wanted to change that narrative. You wanted to be the hero of the family.
You understand? So he was just pushing. I shouldn't tell anybody that. Once I get there, I'm going to call them. And I believed him, and we moved. So when we got to that immigration in Welcome to Sokoto, they asked us to come down. They were searching us. The ladies, they asked them to put their address. I was still with my phone, so I had to text him and tell him that this is where we are, and this is what immigrations are doing to us. He just replied me, I'll call you back shortly. Immediately that message delivered, it was less than 2 minutes. Somebody called me from that immigration camp, that immigration scene. It was just like, who was Jerry? Who was Jerry? I was like, I was the one. So I was surprised. Sorry. Because he didn't tell me that somebody's going to call me. He said he's going to call me. The next thing, somebody called me, had the phone in his hand, and was like, he has already sent my picture to that person. So the person looked at me, confirmed the picture, confirmed the name, and asked me to follow him. So I left those people who were coming in Benin. I entered his own car, and we zoomed off. In my mind, I was like, oh, boy, see connection.
My goodness.
So I didn't know that I was just moving from one fire pan to another fire, to another fire, to another fire. So that's how the journey started. So
let's speed it up a bit because of our time.
Okay, because of our time. So fast forward to, I saw myself in desert, in Niger. So when we got to Niger, they explained to me that the money that I paid 300,000 naira 4 days ago has expired, that I had to pay on that money that was taken from there to Germany. From Niger, we got to a place called Agadez, the same thing. They will have to welcome you, and every transit point has a motivational speaker that will, encourage you. This is a journey you are about to take. You have to be bold. You have to be focused. Don't look at whatever that is happening. If you are paying money for this success, they'll just bridge you like that so that you will get there. And before I know, I found myself in the desert. The desert experience was another thing again that blew my mind, because naturally I'm the daddy's boy. If you shout for me, I can even cry. I've not actually seen ghetto life. So when we entered the desert, when I was seeing dead bodies, skeletons of people who have died, and they asked me to buy kuli, gari, when we entered that desert, my mindset just changed. My mind did not even ask me that somebody that is actually going to Germany, do you need to buy kuli, buy gari, buy glucose to go to Germany? My mind was not asking me that. My mind was just, this motivational speaker that is on this route with us was just giving me ginger, like, don't worry, all these things will still be over. So the first day, the second day, the third day, all the items that I carried expired. They finished in the desert because the desert was very hot. So you had to drink more water than necessary. The food, as a daddy's boy, I eat a lot. So the fourth day, there was no food to eat. So we had to beg for urine to drink. So you had to beg somebody to give you urine.
Did you say?
Yeah. Very sweet. You have to beg urine to eat.
Did you just say?
Yeah.
Okay. So it got to that point where you had to take your urine.
Exactly.
Wow. Wow. Okay. I think at this point, let's take a pause. We'll have a humanitarian professional who is on standby. I'd like to know if Kehinde Adegboyega is available, if he's ready with us, so we can bring him in. Good morning. Good morning, Kehinde Adegboyega. Can you kindly please unmute? Good morning, if you can hear me.
It's great to be here. Yeah, good morning. I can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you. I want to believe you've joined us a couple of minutes ago and you've been listening to the conversation.
Yeah, so I've been listening to him. Yeah.
Great,
yeah.
Great. So let's take it from today's celebration. It's a celebration for every migrant and everyone that are involved in this movement. So what does today represent to you, and how does it impact your practice?
Well, it's a significant day because it reminds us that at one point or the other, someone that we know or even us could become a migrant. And I was deeply thinking recently about even the ways some countries are becoming more stricter, especially from the global north, about the way they treat migrants, the way they use their law enforcement to maltreat migrants. And I was feeling that the table could change one day. It could be anybody, anybody could be migrants. Like look at the case of the war that just started overnight with Ukraine and Russia, and Ukrainians were living peacefully, enjoying their lives. It was when the war broke out that I even realized that there were Nigerians there studying, and everybody, it now became an emergency situation, and some people had to leave, and they had to go to different process and all that. So anything could force people to be migrants. Some people move for business, for pleasure. Sometimes it could be war. It could be war. It could be human rights violations, threats for life, and all. So people move for different reasons, and it's very significant that we're celebrating today as the day for migrants because it's also a day to remember the dignity of migrants and to treat every human being as humans, and that we all have rights that needs to be protected, whether we are migrants to a country or we are citizens of any country. So it's really a significant day to celebrate and also to remind ourselves the concerns, the troubles that a lot of migrants go through, people that have lost their lives uh, through migrations, and also the challenges that people try to face, go through, and also look at what are the existing law policies that we can use to ensure that we protect the rights of migrants, and also how can we ensure that every country, wherever we are, whether from global north or global south, we continue to ensure the rights and protection of migrants because anybody could be a migrant one day. Thank you.
Okay, okay, so great. Talking about anybody could be a migrant, and of course challenges, policies, and all of that that would ensure that everybody is in sync and beneficiaries. I want to ask you, migration comes with opportunities as well as challenges. From a right perspective, being a human right, I want to ask you, where do you see systems working, and where do you see they still need strengthening? The systems that are working, the ones that are not working, where needs to be adjusted and all that?
So we see systems that try to create almost seamless opportunity for migrants to be able to move into new cultures, learn new languages, even prepare for them for the new life they are coming into, and try to prepare them to get jobs and all that, and to also ensure that they are safe wherever they are. But to a large extent, globally, it seems that we have seen a lot of breakdown in this system. Globally, it's becoming more harder, more unsafe for migrants all over the world. From global north, anywhere in the world, we see people getting more stricter with their migrant policy, migration policy, and we've seen a lot. It's becoming being criminalized. A migrant is practically treated like a criminal in some countries, which is very sad and unkind because, like I said, everybody could become migrant. So we see a lot of things change all over the world. Even as we remember today, we recently Nigeria is faced with a lot of stricter visa. Issue policies from the United States. You can get a visitation visa and all that. And the right to migrate is the right of any human being. The right to be able to move from one part or the other. And you see situations where people begin to have, say, if you do me oral for oral, like the Gen Z will say, if you're giving us Twitter migration policy, we are going to also give you a Twitter migration policy. And that is the issue with recently with Israel. I think Israel and Ghana, the citizens of Ghana recently, about 3 of them, maybe they went to do something in Israel, were treated badly. Ghanaians also, the Ghanaian government also reciprocated by holding down the Israelites, like 3 Israelite migrants. You see, countries start using migration policy as a means of banter, as a means of trying to say, I say, if you think you have power, you also have power to put up this form of regulation. And we know migration is a law of opportunity. And sincerely, globally, even historically, migration is what have developed a lot of countries. Even there are other sides of migration. Even between every country all over the world has the history, has the influence of migration, whether forced migration, whether we were during the slave era, or where people migrated willingly, maybe sometimes even maybe the economic situation from where they are coming from. Somehow or the other, every country has a history of migration. And we have seen where even migrants have been able to build, contributed massively to the development of countries. They've, is it manufacturing, is it in healthcare, and they are doing so wonderful. So I think migration is a blessing to any country. It allows for a change of ideas. It allows for a change of talent to the extent that some countries even create special migration platform or routes for amazing talent. Especially from the governors, you see them saying, "Oh, you are special talent. We have this amazing route for you." And we also saw that happen immediately or around COVID when there was a lot of need for health workers. Health workers moving. We need a lot of health workers. We also see situation where for to balance population, where a situation where there's a need for younger people in some countries, they have to relax their migration policy or try to ensure that people are able to migrate safely and adjust their migration policy. So migration has been beneficial to any country all over the world. Any country all over, even the so-called powerful country all over the world have benefited one way or the other. One way or the other. They have to be sincere, one way or the other, for migration.
One way
so
or
we
the
need
other, it
to
has benefited every country. I agree with you. I agree with you. I just
yeah,
want to put in
exactly.
there.
So that means
Yes.
we have to find a way to ensure that we protect migrants if we want to continue to benefit from this major issue.
Good, good. So, I mean, we just should find a way to ensure that we treat migrant rights if we want to continue to have this benefit, enjoy this benefit. Good. I want to come to Jeremiah Adelu. So he talked about migrants being treated like criminals in some cases. I want you to share with us, were there a time during your journey where you had a terrible experience and you were like, oh, why am I being treated in this manner? Was there any experience of such you want to share briefly?
Yeah, 100%. Many of the irregular migrants, they find themselves in that situation where they are being treated like robbers, they are being treated through racism, they are being treated because they did not migrate with the right documents, right? And my own experience was when I got to Libya, I wasn't having what we call pataka in Libya, which is...
What do you call that again?
Pataka.
Okay, pataka means what?
Pataka means their own Libya stay, right? So there's a document for you to stay in Libya when the government was still working. So, and because you don't have that one, and because you don't even know how to speak Arab, so an English person going to an Arab country, you don't even know how to greet good morning in Arab, not to talk of how are you or where are you going to. So even if you miss your way, you don't even know how to navigate. So at that point, that was where a lot of irregular migrants find themselves, and at the end of the day, you will now hear they are trafficked, they are kidnapped, they will now come and pay for ransom. So while in that place of trafficking or that place of kidnapping, that's where you will now start learning how to say good morning. That's where you will now start learning how to now navigate yourself to say, okay, this is where I am, this is where I am, this is where I'm even going to, because you are still going to meet other people who arrived there in that destination country before you, who have already been, listening to their own language. Like my own case, when I go to Libya, I met some persons, over 700 Nigerians who are already there in that detention camp. So some of them have been there for like 2 years, some of them have been there for like 6 months, some of them. So they are the one that will now start teaching you. You have to pay to now learn it. So at that point, I felt so, I was not feeling well. Like, why did I even put myself in this journey? Sometimes when you go to restaurants to go and buy food, or when you want to go and buy groceries, by the time you get there, you see an Arab man, same Africa, had to cover their nose. Like everybody that is coming from Nigeria, they are smelling, A lot of us face that kind of challenge, that even though you are putting on good fragrance, good perfume, you will just see yourself just being, treated like animals. So at the end of the day, not apart from people who even migrate irregularly, people who migrate in the regular base, maybe at the end of the day they become irregular migrant, like people who have to travel with visitor's visa and their visitor visa expired in that destination country. You see police will harass them as if they are thieves. So it's not only in the irregular route, it also happened in the regular route. So I felt the same point at a point, and it was really bad for all
it's
migrants.
something that needs to be looked into.
Exactly.
Okay, let me come to Kende. Being a human rights practitioner, I want to say, looking at this aspect, he mentioned having people detained, some for 2 years and all of that. How do we ensure that these people are being reached? How do we ensure that we find a way to help them, bring them back? There's this major question I want to ask, is still relating around what I'm saying. Many migrants navigate complex legal and social environment. How well do existing frameworks support their dignity and safety across different stages of migration? And one is this that I've just mentioned.
Thank you so much. We have seen uh, uh, where NGOs, some non-government organizations, try to give this kind of support, and there are some other, some governments, some countries are being more intentional by creating these special opportunities for migrants to be able to seek legal services on how to ensure that they get the right papers, the right documentation and protection and all that. But it's really sad that why these efforts are really appreciated, but we've seen a lot of violations of on this right woman on the rights of migrants, and the like the fellow guest speaker also mentioned, there are more, even more than you just mentioned. The migrants, a lot of migrants face a lot of discrimination, even including sexual abuses. Even to some of them have lost their life because they are migrating, and the government has the right to protect the life and property of every person, whether they are migrants or whether they are citizens. So they are to ensure that there are right policies, there are right legal frameworks, there are right laws, there are right infrastructure to ensure that people that seek protection, that come to their country to seek refuge, are protected. That is for beyond even the globally recognized legal frameworks or that protect migrants. Humanly, we are supposed to take care of people that seek refuge, whether they're coming for economic reasons or they're being threatened from where they are coming. So humanly, we are supposed to protect them. So countries should ensure that they strengthen these legal processes or infrastructure or agencies that will enable that migrants to be able to safely come into their country, be safely integrated in their country, for migrants that need to learn their language, create avenues for them to be able to learn those languages so that they can easily integrate into their economy, to be able and like I said, these migrants, most of them come with talent. They are not They do amazing work. They are skilled, and some of them even sometimes we've seen a lot of cases where a lot of economy rely on migrants. Like a lot of even their citizens don't want to do some kind of job, but because of migrants know where they are coming from, they are ready to do what they come with. Migrants come with exceptional talent, and not just talent, strong will to succeed at all costs. So countries and institutions need to be able to manage those talents.
Okay. All right. So let me come to you. I think we're having a bit of internet interruption there. So I want to ask you, with the experience you've had, and of course you interact with migrants day in, day out. So put together your experience and that of the interactions you often have, with people. Which phase tends to require the most adjustment? I'm talking about preparing to leave, settling abroad, or building life after returning. Which aspect do you think should,
Okay, from my own end, I think building life after returning, let me start from the back.
Okay.
Because when those who traveled irregularly, once they return, they go through trauma, they go through mental illness, they go through psychological problems that the society is really not actually fixing. Like yesterday, 118 people came from Libya and Mali 3 days ago. So I went to see them to do a psychosocial support system for them. And I saw 13% of the people return, they were already running mad.
Oh.
Now, because of my limitations of referring them directly to the psychiatric hospital or to the right place to get maybe correctional center, I don't even know if they will accept them because of the festive period. So a lot of them are going through that kind of problem. Some of them, before they traveled, because they traveled irregularly, some of them borrowed money. Some of them sold their properties. Some of them left home as a virgin. Some of them left home with a lot of aspiration. But coming back, the money they expect to go and get, they didn't get it. The country they expect to get to, they didn't get there. The car they sold, their father's property that they sold, coming back home, you are coming back to come and face that challenge. You left home as a virgin, you are no longer coming back as a virgin, you are coming back not as somebody who has experienced life, you are coming back with a child that don't even have a father. You understand? So at that point, these persons are just confused. I don't even know where to. You see some of them saying, I don't want to go back home. If I go back home, my father will kill me, or my mother will kill me, or my family will have to put me in trouble. So that part, I think, needs a lot of attention. Then also, before going, I think people need to research on the country they are going to. Don't just listen to what you see on social media or what you see on the street of Lagos or in your different city. You see these days, you see some advert will tell you work in Germany for 4,000 euro. Your mind did not tell you that people who have been staying in Germany, who speak German, do they earn up to 4,000? You that is just coming, that don't even know A from B in Germany, you want to now go and earn 4,000 euro. Your mind would, they will not tell you my case is different. Okay. So I think you should do a good research as somebody that is just coming. What is the minimum wage or what is the minimum salary I can get with this kind of visa? Or what is the minimum job I can apply for? What am I going there to do? Some persons don't even have skills and they want to travel. It's not like Nigeria that you can do jack of all trades, that you can do A, B, C, D together. There's no certification, there's no documentation, you will still fly. Anything outside Nigeria has to be documented. Where you stay, where you work, what you buy, what you spend, what you are, a lot of things. So I think in that two parts, people need to do more research in the before going, the type of documentation to use, right? The type of document to use to travel. People believe if you go with visitor visa, you will just change it here, you get to business visa. There are procedures you need to go through before you need to, get that kind of opportunity. So you need to do more research, ask questions. Nobody should deceive you and tell you don't tell anybody. If a rich man wants to travel, I keep saying it, you hear them saying, I'm traveling to Canada next week or next month. My flight is also and so time. How come you want to travel? You not tell, you not
don't
to
tell anyone.
That's just deception. So you need to do more research about a country, about a continent, what they accept, what can work. If you put those things on check, I tell you, when you migrate, you won't have any challenge at all.
Okay, thank you. I think we're still going to talk about sensitization, you know, and even the kind of information that fly around and how to ensure that people get it correctly. So, but at this point, I want us to go on a break. I don't know if Kehinde Adegboyega is still there. Kehinde, are you still with us? All right, so let's go on a short break. When we'll come back, this conversation will continue. This is Across Borders, and today is the International Migrants Day, and Praise Matthias brings you a report. Please stay with us.
Migration is one of the oldest stories in human history, a story of search for opportunity, safety, connection, and dignity. Across continents and centuries, people have moved to join families, find work, study, escape conflict, and build new lives. Today, migration continues to shape the world in powerful ways. Each year on December 18, the world marks International Migrants Day, a day proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 2000 to recognize the growing number of people who live outside their place of birth, celebrate their contributions, and draw attention to the challenges they face. The day advocates strongly for safe, orderly, and humane migration and respect for migrants' human rights. According to the latest estimates, there are about 304 million international migrants worldwide. That is nearly 3.7% of the global population, nearly double the figure since 1990. Nearly half of all migrants are women, illustrating the gendered nature of human mobility. International remittance, the money migrants send to their families, have risen dramatically over the past 2 decades, reaching an estimated $831 billion globally, with most flows going to low and middle income countries. Conflict, climate change, and humanitarian crisis have pushed more than 117 million people into displacement at the end of 2022, including refugees, asylum seekers, and others in need of international protection. Tragically, thousands of migrants lose their lives each year while attempting to reach safety. Recent tracking shows nearly 9,000 migrants lost their lives in 2024 alone, with the real figure likely higher due to underreporting. According to Grace Komolafe, who put this report together, International Migrants Day is a reminder that behind every statistic is a human being, someone seeking safety, dignity, opportunity, or simply a chance to rebuild their life. It is about human lives, families, hopes, and challenges. Migrants are essential to economies and societies, yet too often they face exploitation, discrimination, health barriers, and dangers along their journeys. Annual observance by organizations such as United Nations, International Organization for Migration (IMO) and World Health Organization (WHO) focus on themes like health access for migrants, integration into host societies, and governance of safe migration pathways. In 2024, the WHO underscores the importance of migrants' rights to healthcare at every stage of their journey, a recognition that health is central to dignity and protection for people on the move. This year's theme, Migrate Story, Culture and Development, highlights how human mobility transforms our world, enriching communities, inspiring innovations, and driving sustainable development when migration is rooted in dignity and respect for human rights. Globally, migrants play a vital role in labor markets, filling skill gaps, driving innovation, and fueling economic growth. Yet, many continue to experience harsh conditions, discrimination, unsafe travel routes, and limited access to service and protection. International Migrants Day is both a celebration of contributions and a call to action to build systems that protect rights, reduce vulnerability, and support inclusive society. International Migrants Day invites the world to reflect on human mobility with empathy and solidarity. As the world grows more interconnected, the protection of migrants through safe migration pathways, access to basic service, and respect for human dignity remains essential to achieving peaceful and equitable society. Praise Matthews, SOUQ News TV.
Glad to know you're still with us. You never left. It's Across Borders, and we've been having a great conversation here with Jeremiah Adelu and, of course, Kehinde Adeboyega. So before we went on that break, Adelu had to speak to some key issues. We'll come back to him, but let's go to Kehinde Adeboyega. Kehinde, are you still there? Okay, so let's talk about culture and identity. You will agree with me that culture and identity travel with people. And I want to ask that how can cultural differences be better understood and managed to promote inclusion rather than exclusion?
Yeah, that's really a big and important question because most importantly, sometimes even for us that don't have not migrated, sometimes we when we visit some country, we still experience some form of cultural shock and all that. But I think that the best way to also manage these cultural issues is to learn, like my fellow guest have said, is to learn about where you're going, to learn the culture of where you're going, on how you, even though people's culture cannot be totally eroded, like there is no way your culture will, like for instance, for a Yoruba man, you still want to maintain your cap, your clothes. That's some elements of culture and all that. But culture also, good integration also means that you need to learn some part of the culture that you're integrated into so that you do not look like an outcast in those cultures. Part of the culture also means learning the language of if they are speaking a different language, if they are speaking in different accents, and all that, being able to understand them, their cultural nuances, what they respect, what they honor, what they regard, which helps to for easy integration into those kind of environments. But however, we also want to emphasize that the host community, that community, the countries where migrants are coming into, also need to understand that people that come into their country, even though they come with a lot of talent, skills, and they also come with our culture. So, and with this cultural diversification, that there will some form of symbiotic relationship, and there could be growth and development. So, because, like for instance, recently I just visited Brazil, and if you like, I was in the city of Salvador. Salvador, even though there's some form of a historically African influence in their culture, but if you look at that city, you see a lot of lot of intersection of different culture, which makes that culture a very rich one. This example is important because when countries embrace other culture, you see, instead of saying, oh, they coming into another culture, you see more vibrant culture, more colorful culture. Like for instance, if you just eat salad, you now have opportunity to be able to eat jollof rice from Nigeria. People travel with their culture. Like in Brazil, Salvador, they now eat something they call acarajé, and it's from the slave trade, the migrants, the Yoruba culture from different parts of West Africa that forcibly migrated to Brazil there, and they now embrace acarajé, and even I think it's now more better, even though they still have some of these nutrients of akara that's the baking that we use that we eat in Yoruba culture, yeah. But they've been able to transform it, and it's now looking like burger and all that. So that is the powerful and an example of how culture can be embraced so well, and instead of having one culture eroded, you see a more vibrant, a more developed system, because in human history, there is no stagnancy. See, people tend to change, culture tend to change because of the influence of different things. Like for instance, the Portuguese that they speak in Brazil is different from the Portuguese that it's the same thing, but it's a bit different. Even if you check online, it's a bit different from the Portuguese that they speak in Portugal. So that tells you that culture, even as language, as an example of culture, they grow and they change, and they change. Culture is not supposed to be static. And when we embrace culture in the right way, we see a lot of vibrancy, more experience, more diversified experience of life and culture, because we have allowed a lot of influence of different culture. I think culture is very important, and we must continue to embrace it, even as we remember this important uh, important thing in the life of human being, that is migration.
Great. Okay. So you've talked about the dynamics in culture, you know, how you can diversify, how you can tweak it, or how it has been experienced. You know, you pick from this culture to this culture, you put together. And of course, you've mentioned that of language as well. I think I can relate in that aspect where you have the Yorubas, but you see them speaking Yoruba in different ways. But you say we are all Yorubas. You understand? So I think I agree with you. And that also influences perhaps the way they get to do things. But of course, all inclusive, if the Yoruba man of Ondo State finds himself in the Yoruba land of Ijebu, Egba, and all that, they still integrate, they still need to carry themselves along, because, I mean, the end result is for us to be able to, you know, coexist and get things moving. Yeah. So I'm just going to ask you this last question, because we need to let you go. You know, I want to ask you, probably you might have addition, you want to, maybe one or two questions time did not permit me to ask you that you'd like to add. You can add it once you're done answering this question. And I'm asking, you know, as the world marks International Migrants Day, what constructive steps can governments, media, and civil society take to improve migrant experiences going forward?
So, like I've stated before, in the previous questions, we need to strengthen and every legal framework that makes that allows, if I am allowed to say, make migrants homely, make them feel safe when they come to countries. Like, we should stop criminalizing migration. because anybody could become a migrant. I think if I'm not emphasizing anything, I want to emphasize today, and I want to say it loud and clear. We should stop criminalizing migration. It's a human right. It's the rights of humans. Like anybody, we've seen the cottage wives, different culture move to Africa. So we are seeing Africans move to Europe. Like we've seen the different, and it's migration that allows that. We've seen exchange of ideas, exchange of talent, exchange of resources, and migration is a major and even cultural integration. And the vibrancy of what we presently experience in the world is a result of culture. So we need to find a safe place for migrants. We need to ensure that they are well integrated into our community, the laws, the infrastructure, the institutions that will allow them to be able to safely come into, and even when they want to leave. We've seen some countries in Europe give opportunities that, oh, if you want to live willingly, we'll train you, we'll give you this kind of fund for you to be able to resettle back home safely. I think that is what all countries all over the world should embrace. If people want to leave your country, that migrated irregularly, want to leave your country, please embrace them. Embrace them. Don't treat them like criminal. We should stop criminalizing uh, is- migration in this age and time. And I think the media can also reinforce this message. The media can also reinforce this message. The civil society with enough data of how migration have helped the world population, have helped develop the country, have developed economies, have developed our health infrastructure, can use data to reinforce the importance, the advantage of migration instead of this negative part of migration that everybody keeps enforcing. Oh, they are the ones stealing our jobs and all that. Even in African countries, we need to find a way to keep reinforcing the positive side of migration and help people to migrate safely, to be able to live safely around the world. And conclusively, what I also want to emphasize is this: people like my co-guest have said, if anybody is telling you about migrating to any country, get your information right. Don't be in haste. And I know there are situations that force people to migrate when they are not really prepared for instance, in the time of war. But if it's not that situation, please, if you are migrating, don't be in haste to migrate. Learn about the culture, learn about everything you can. And don't let people deceive you that where you are going to is heaven. Know what are the pros and cons of the countries that you are going. What are the limitations? What are the challenges? What are the issues? And stop migrating in secrecy. And by the time you migrate, unfortunately, time will not permit us to discuss a lot of things that irregular migrants go through. Some people lost their life, and the guest, my co-guest was saying, some people have mental health issues because they have gone through serious dehumanizing situations. Please, you don't want to become one of these. Please learn a lot about any country that you are going through, the visa process and everything. Just stop allowing, like the digital age, information is out there. Don't let anybody deceive you and say, oh, those places heaven on earth. Thank you so much for having me on your show this morning. And I'm very happy to contribute to this very important conversation.
Wow, thank you so much. We appreciate your insight. We appreciate your contribution. And of course, I think we'll be moving to one of those points you have just mentioned, which is the irregular and regular routes to traveling. We'll be doing that together with Adelu. But thank you once again, Kehinde Adeboyega. He is a human rights practitioner. Of course, I know you have a lot to talk about. Perhaps we will be bringing you some other time to give us more insight about this area of concern and other areas that we know we do also a whole lot of good. Thank you so much. So coming back to you, Jeremiah, you know, he talked about he wished that there could be enough time for him to talk about the dangers, you know, using the irregular route. So, but then I want to take you briefly to culture because he spoke a lot about that aspect as well. I remember one of our guests was, last year where she talked about the advantage, talking about culture, where she was sold to, I think there are terminologies they used to, when, the people that they sell them to. And because she spoke her language, and this person heard and said, oh, this is a Yoruba lady, and she's from this part of Nigeria. He's also from that part. And he called the master and said, oh, what do we need to do to free her, to let her go? And he paid. The man had to pay. So that has to go. I mean, it's a whole lot. I want to ask you, what are the opportunities when we are looking at culture, we are looking at identity? What are the opportunities there for migrants, and what are other challenges? Because sometimes, I think you also mentioned, while you have your co-Nigerians, where they have to cover their nose, even though they are also Nigerians. So can you just speak to this briefly before we move to the next
question? So I think one of them is that the culture that we promote majorly is the culture of our languages, right? And it's actually reflecting back home. Let me bring from back home before we now start going. So you see, before, when we were growing up, we used to take traditional marriage, for example, very, very, very serious. You see, when somebody do traditional marriage, the person, is already married. But these days, we are bringing the culture of the whites to now come back to Nigeria to say, okay, we must do court marriage, we must do traditional marriage, and of course, we must do white wedding, and everybody will just come to just say, today is this white wedding, we are putting on suit, we are doing ashebi, we are doing owambe. So culture is a very important role when it comes to migration, because culture moves. It moves from port of entry, it moves from across borders, it moves from different parts. So from us going, our culture here in Nigeria is when you see somebody, you greet somebody, good morning, sir. Outside this country, there's no good morning, sir. There's no sir there. Okay. A small child can call you your name, Jerry Alpha. Jerry, hope you are fine.
Okay.
So, but here, if you call me Jerry Alpha, first of all, look at your age. Let's say me and you don't be mate. So you understand? So that thing is we cannot remove it out of migration. It's a very important role. And apart from languages, apart from our tribes, fashion is also part of migration, because you see, in this part of the world, there's a way we dress. In the other part of the world, there's a way they dress. Like people from the religious background, or people from from the Muslim background or the Christian background, there's a way you dress. So if you don't understand this norm, you can also fall victim. Like North Africa, where we went to, I don't know how to wear jalamiya normally.
Okay.
Right? I don't know how to dress like the other religion. But when you get there, you have no choice. You start dressing like them so that you can have favor from the hands of those Libyans who are maltreating people. Because when they see you, they will like, okay, this person is a person of my faith. Let me treat this person with some care. You understand? So it's in both sides. We're talking about work. If you're looking for work and somebody says one kind of religion, say, oh, this person is from my religion, you decide to favor that person because the person is coming from your end. So it's on every side. So we cannot remove culture from migration. They are both together.
Okay, so let's talk about the regular and irregular routes. Young people, continue to explore migration as an option. Based on your own engagement, I'd like to ask you, what factors influence the choice between regular and irregular routes, based on interaction with people, and your own personal experience?
Okay, so based on my interaction with people, one of the factors that fuels irregular migration, let me start from there before we come to regular.
Okay.
One of the factors that fuels it is community failure, like policy failing. Okay. For example, somebody finished school from Nigeria, you are expected to get a job, you look for a job, first month, second month, third month, fourth month, 1 year, 2 years. At the end of the day, the person is expected to be paying bills, whether you like it or not. Either bills to yourself, or bills to your family, or bills to your friend. Because that is not forthcoming, don't forget, a friend is there on Facebook, on Instagram, on social media, posting his or her life in the other side. And you finish the same time, right? So you see, there will not be pressure. Oh, my friend has started building house. My friend has bought car. My friend. And you are still here, you've not done anything. So that alone will fuel you to go. That's one. Two, family pressure is there, where a girl child will be compared to, say, your sister, your friend that left to Italy or that left to Spain or that left to Germany has already been sending money home. You are here, you don't have a boyfriend, you are eating food in my house, you wake up every day, you do nothing. You see, family pressure is also there. We push them. Are we going to talk about the educational part of it, where a lecturer will decide to make somebody to have carryover over time? You know, and you are collecting school fees from home. You are expected to graduate so and so year, and you didn't graduate because of a lot of carryovers. You cannot look to your dad, your mom, to their face and tell dad, I don't know what's happening in school, because you want to run away from that shame. You see them go into irregular route. Are we talking about availability of visas? Some people apply for visa. They've applied countlessly. They will just deny them because they do not have the right document, because they do not have the right information. Because you see, when you go, you see, I met somebody and said, I went to youth service, I served, I want to go and do my master's in UK. I applied first time, I got denied. I applied second time, I got denied. And somebody now introduced me to this route. I went the first time, I got to Niger, they brought me back to Nigeria. I went the second time, I got to Libya, they brought me back to Nigeria. I got the second time, I even got to Italy, they still bring me back. So, you see, we have a lot of push factors. Coupled with the fact that these days, another push factor is also springing up, where house rent is turning to something else, where somebody will not be able to even pay to feed outside the shores of Nigeria. Even though it's expensive, whatever you are doing will cater for your expenses. For example, in Nigeria, we pay house rent once in a year. Tell me, how many in Lagos now presently, can you see a house of 150,000 naira?
Okay. Okay.
And if yes, which location?
And
yes.
What kind of apartment?
And what kind of apartment?
You know.
And if yes, which job will pay you 150K in Lagos first that will foot that bill? Don't forget, apart from that house bill, we have other bills that are, other that will pile up. So, but if you leave Nigeria, you will get a job that will take care of your bills. At least, if you don't have 50%, you have like 40% left that you use to take care of yourself. That's why you see people are moving. As we speak now, people are still on that route, traveling out.
Despite all of these experiences, despite what people share.
I was shocked to hear yesterday when I was speaking to some of the migrants that returned 3 days ago, that some people left last month and they brought them back this month.
Wow. Okay. So I think there is a lot of awareness that still needs to be done. If you ask me, because the more we continue to talk about this, the more we get data and information that still center around the volume of people that move.
And not because there is no much awareness.
Okay.
Because the situation that is pushing them is bigger than them. For example, you hear about migration, both the regular route and the irregular route, and you decide to say, okay, I don't have money. At the end of the day, they will decide to go and tell you, my case is different. Maybe their pastor has prophesied to them in church and tell them that your destiny is not in Nigeria, that I see you in Canada, you are doing well. You know, that alone will fuel them to say, my pastor has said it, my imam has said it. So even if I don't have money, I know God will make a way. To crown it all, what God cannot do does not exist. You see them falling
Okay, so with all this insight you've shared, I think I'm able to pick some points, and I'll start with the last one, which is the religious factor. You get to hear prophecies, and people would say, oh, I've been hearing this prophecy for so many years now, and now the opportunity is coming. You want me to turn it down? So, but I feel there's a need for us to look at it critically and be sure that we are doing what is right. Either the prophecy is genuine or not. It's best to do it the right way. I think that's one. Talking about availability of visa, I think that's another major issue, which you have spoken to. I just want to buttress a bit, because you get to see people talk about refusals. And in some cases, not because the documents are not complete, but from the other end, the country felt, oh, probably we don't want enough. We don't want more than this for now. Let's put a stop to it. And it is okay for us to begin to understand that that is how it works with them. That's the policy. That's what they want to do. Why not relax and probably another time give it another push? We understand the challenges that could be, the push factors like you have mentioned, but if we can hold back and try again, I think that would be okay. Talking about the school, I think I remember way back when I was waiting for my result. So I was waiting for my result, and at some point my dad was pushed to ask me that, did you really go to school?
Exactly. Exactly.
Because it took years.
For the result to come.
It took years, and like you mentioned, it was actually a lecturer sitting on this, and I mean, it's a different story entirely. All right, so we don't just perambulate. I just see the need to, just buttress some of those points. You see me smile while I talk about this. Of course, to some, it's a very real story. It's something that it's deep into their emotions, into their lifestyle, into what they have become today. But for someone like Jeremiah Adelu, he has gone through that process, and he's a better person today, who is also trying to shape other people, other returnees. It's very important. And that's why we see the need to talk about it and smile over it. And that's simply to encourage one or two persons out there who is thinking of doing it the other way, going irregular routes. I want to use the word route. I think it's not an option at all. So I want to ask you, what are some realities of irregular migration that are not widely, understood by people? I'm asking this question because you have traveled, not until you arrive at that transit point. If you don't get there, you don't know that this is what it is. What are those things that you were never aware of until you got to certain stops before you begin to realize them that we need to share and make people understand?
Okay, for me, I will say it in three ways. Number one, any promising that is too good to be true, you have to watch out for that red flag. Like, for example, somebody is telling you, you are just doing your normal artisan job, and somebody is telling you, I have a job for you outside, and they are going to pay you so and so amount. You know what I'm talking about. You have them on your social media. It's not me that is using it for you. So you have them. So I'm saying that for you to consider to migrate, you need to get the right information. If you fail to get the right information, you will be forced to hear the right information at that point. Because when they were telling me, when I got to Libya and they were telling me, this route, you are still going to pass through the Mediterranean Sea, even after you've passed through the desert. Wow. I was like, Mediterranean Sea, because I don't even know how to swim. If you drop me inside the sea, I will confirm dry land. So at that point, I was forced to ask myself, passing this route, does it really worth the journey? Because right before me, people went down. Right before me, people killed other people, collected what they had, their money, their goods, to continue their journey. You will not begin to ask yourself, okay, this journey that you are going, that you don't have information, are you sure you will not end the way this other person ends? You will be forced to hear the information. So research before going, that's one. Number two, red flag. If they tell you, I want to take you abroad, if you can bring one other person to join you, don't worry, I will reduce the money for you. Watch it, those are red flags. Because when they, push the amount you are going to pay, let's say you are paying 5 million, and the person now gives you a help to say, if you bring one person, you're no longer going to pay 5 million, you are going to pay 2.5. That person will pay. That is a red flag. That is how a lot of people recruit other people to join them in that irregular route. Another red flag is that when they tell you that in 2 months, pata is too much, in 2 weeks, 2 months, you start shipping container, or you call people with international number that you can put your name in this phrase now, that Jerry has arrived, is another red flag that you need to watch, so that you will not fall in this irregular route. To round it up, to migrate is your right. But if you fail to get the information, it will not be an offense against you, against God, and against humanity.
Thank you. So we want to move to another key aspect, which has to do with community and local development. You want to agree with me that migrants are not basically just taking. They have been doing things. you know. But I think before we get to that, quickly tell us, what are those platforms that people could go for key information?
Okay, so one of the platforms, if you reach out to me or you reach out to my organization, Voice of Migrant Association, you are going to get key information that can aid you to travel the right way. Because presently, I've been doing advocacy against irregular migration now for the past 5 years, yet people are still going. As I speak to you, they are still going. So now, I am trying to balance it. So I'm doing advocacy again for safe migration so that people can get the right information. Let's not just spoil Nigeria. Nigeria is still good. There are a lot of things people are still cashing out, right? So that's one. So if you reach out to Voice of Migrant Association, you are going to get good migration pathway. We have a lot of CSO, we have a lot of NGOs that are doing there. If you are in Lagos, you can go to MRC, that's Migrant Resource Center, where you get information on the right way to travel. If you go to IOM, International Organization for Migration, you get a lot of information. If you go to NGOs on your phone, just Google NGOs working under migration. On Google, you are going to get information, research on it. And anyone that you see that you fell in love with, you can send a message. There should be a contact for every sticker or flyer you see out there on your Google, on your social media, for you to reach out and ask. So when you ask A, ask B, ask C. Now compare which one works for you. Before you go, here in Nigeria, we don't prioritize migration lawyers. Yes, we have migration lawyers in Nigeria. You can meet them and ask them, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to do it. Does it work for me? If yes, they will guide you as a colleague, as a linear colleague, or as lawyers that they are, to the right destinations that you want for a victim.
All right. So let's talk about this. I've talked about, I've mentioned that we'll be looking at community and development. So I want to ask you, when returnees seek to rebuild their lives, what kind of support make the biggest difference in helping them reintegrate successfully? And after that is done, how do they translate to those moves? How does it translate to helping the community when it comes to development and other likes?
Okay, so when a migrant return, the one I think that is the most priority is for them to unite with their families. Because a lot has happened. A lot has happened. You don't want to know. A lot. Family of 6, maybe when they traveled, their father died, their mother died. Coming back, they don't even know where to start from. That is also a key for them to reintegrate back to their society. And again, there's need for us to do reintegration for this migrant, because when they come, trust me, they were learning something, or they were not learning something before they left. Now that they've gone there, some of them had opportunity to work. They had to explore. They learned different skills in different ways. Somebody has been doing painting here in Nigeria, getting there, they learn painting in another different. So when he's coming back, if you are re-establishing that person in that particular field that he or she has learned in that place, it will enable to build the society. And when they have something that they are doing, of course, they will not want to migrate and live their life, coupled with the fact that they've actually faced, a hard time trying to migrate. So if they are coming back, you are saying, okay, I've seen that for you to unite with your family, let's go to your family. Family, this is your child. Whatever that has happened, whether boy child or girl child, unite them together, make them to understand that this person went through a phase, went through schooling. Because me, I call it regular migration, going for vacation to school, right? Because you learn a lot, you learn language, you learn. So if you are coming back to the community and tell them, this is what we think we can support, what do you have? How many persons can support? If the direct family cannot support, we have CDAs, we have community leaders, we have religious leaders. Unite them together so that that person can pick up again. Because when somebody leaves, the person becomes the eye of their family. So now that the person is back, so that the eye will not be removed, if we reintegrate them back again, the eye will still be there and it will be beneficial to the family.
All right, so let's talk about policy conversation. In your role as the director of Voice of Migrants Association, what issues do migrants most often raise that you believe deserve greater attention?
One of the issues is money. Because they spent a lot via the route, and coming back, they don't have any other thing. Knowing fully well that some of them coming back, they are still about to pay the money that they took from banks, that they took from loans, thrifts, that they sold properties unknowingly to their family member. So one of them is money. And the second part of them is starting of business. If, for example, in Nigeria, it is very hard for you to do a job of 1,000 naira, of 100,000 naira in 2 hours. Yes. But let me use Libya or Mali or Algeria, for example. You can take a job and you get 1,000 dinars today. In a month, you can do 100,000 dinars. I'm not saying professional job. I'm saying artisan skill job. Right? So when they come, you see them, I need money to start business. If I can start business, this thing I've learned here, I'll put it into action and I will become somebody again. Please, if you can help me. And that's why, kudos to IOM, International Organization for Migration, they have been integrating a lot of migrants, and trust me, they are doing fantastically well. Those who actually went there to learn a skill. So by the time they come back, you see some of them selling boutique, doing tiling, doing painting, doing screening. By the time you visit their work, compared to Nigeria, you discover that there is a difference in their specialty compared to before they traveled.
All right, so we're winding up. Maybe 1 or 2 more questions and we'll go. So I want to ask you that from your interaction, how included do migrants feel in discussions that shape policies affecting their lives? I've asked earlier, talking about policy conversations. So the returnees or migrants, if I will put it that way, how do they feel when it comes to conversation that has to do with policies that concerns them? What are those policies in place as well that you feel are helping? Those that are not helping that needs to be adjusted.
Okay, so I interacted with a migrant a few days ago, and I was asking, now that you come, what do you think Nigeria is lacking now that you are back, that you want us to really work on? And he told me, he said, Nigeria is not really helping anything in terms of acquisition of visas. Like if you want to apply for visa, I was like, okay, tell me more. He said, Nigerian passport alone does not give you, as in, does not have the capacity to go to other nations, while other nations have the capacity to come in and out of Nigeria. That the policy they should do, that anybody found trafficking people from Nigeria to any part of the world should be dealt with. I like the fact that NAPTIP is doing a beautiful work, but the kind of judgment they give to people that traffic people. Return migrants are not okay with that. For example, somebody has been trafficking people for the past 5 years, and he has trafficked close to like 1,000 to 2,000 persons.
Wow.
One person was able to fight that person and get justice. By the time they are getting justice, you hear pay 1 million naira or face 6 months imprisonment. That is not justice for me. What somebody went through and died via the route, what somebody went through and came back with bullets in their body, you tell him to pay 1 million naira. Somebody that has up to 500 million in his account, you are telling him to pay 100. For me, those are the policies that migrant feels needs to be changed, because they should be, if somebody is a trafficker, let him go to life imprisonment because of the life of people he has affected. Except the ladies don't want to come out. If ladies that are return migrants wants to do advocacy the way it is, not filtering anything, you will see the need for you to even go after a burglar or a trafficker to persecute the person, to say this policy must change. We don't really like this.
I think you reminded me of that word I was looking for earlier, burger. Okay, so while we wrap up, what are those key extra words you want to add? It is International Migrants Day, and the whole world is commemorating this day, and we are standing up for migrants to say, oh, one, they don't need to be treated badly, and secondly, there's a need for sensitization for every other person that wants to go this route. What are those extra things you think the world should know? How do you think migrants should be addressed, should be handled, away from headlines, away from the statistics, the number we see? What are those key things you want to speak to that is important?
Okay, thank you very much. So one of the few key things I want to speak about is to beg our brothers and our sisters in diaspora, please, I beg you, if you want me to kneel down, I will beg you, please do not spoil that country for us that have not yet migrated. Because what we see is that our brothers that have traveled before, right, when they get there, they will paint a picture that, oh, my brother that is coming has money. My brother that is coming is from a rich family. So when you get there, that destination country will not be forced, either kidnap, either arrest, either molest, either harass you, because your brother has already sold you to them. So brothers and sisters that have traveled before us, that have not traveled, which are the potential migrants, please help us to make sure that that country that you are all over the world, you speak well about Nigeria, most especially, because I see no reason why somebody holding Nigerian passport you are getting into. When I was going to Berlin, when I was transiting in Morocco, when you hear Nigeria, you're like, every Nigeria come this way. Like, Nigeria can't be shit like that. No. It's because of the way you people portray us there. That's how everybody is now scared of us. So please, help us to make sure that that country that you are a good representative, you are a good ambassador of Nigeria outside Nigeria. Even as we rejoice, for those of us who are return migrants, even as we rejoice with our strength, with our resilience, thank you so much for all who are doing the beautiful job, for advocacy, for spreading the good news. The truth is, migrants are the best people you can ever interact with if you want to learn the other side of life, because you see the reason why you have to rethink of the decisions you are about to make or decisions that you are making. So thank you. That's just my addition.
All right. Thank you very much. As we close, I want you to actually do something for me. I think that was not in the plan, but I'd like you to do it.
Okay.
You have your experiences. You have all of the this journey. You went through it, and it's a whole lot put together for you. In 1 minute, I want you to highlight a specific experience that if we put it out there, when people hear, they listen and they learn. I want you to just quickly give us that information.
Okay, so one of the experiences was when I was in the Mediterranean Sea. And like I said, I don't know how to swim. If you just put me under the water, I will go down. So we entered that boat around 1 a.m. at night. And when we entered the boat, we were going towards the coast of Italy. Right there, my mind was telling me, Jerry, I replied, sir, hope you know don't know how to swim. I said, yes, I know. Two of us don't know how to swim.
Okay.
That this place is Mediterranean Sea, remembered? And I said, yes, I remember. Two of us are in this boat together. And while we were there, when we left Libya coast, we approached Tunis coast. After we are leaving Tunis coast to Malta coast, we saw Tunis police. They came and accosted us and were telling us that this boat, because in the physical eye, it's boats, but it's actually a lapa boat where you put tarpaulin together, you put air, and the boat will just be floating. It's a floater floating towards the Mediterranean Sea. That the boat is already leaking. That he will advise us to go back, because where we are coming from is still closer compared to that place. They told us that if you see that light, that is this yellow light is Libya. The red light is Germany. The blue one is going to France. Like we should go back. And we refused. We were just like, okay, we must get there by force. And they round the floater 3 times. They put wave on the floater. And the floater went up 1, 2, 3. The 3rd time, the wood inside the floater just broke. Everybody that was sitting at the edge of the floater, my very before, they were just going down the water, like that. Wow. So, after that time, that's my mind. I was telling me, say, Shebi, you know, I told you that you don't know what to say. I say, we've entered, 2 of us will go down. So they rescued us, rescued the people that fell, the one they could be able to catch with their net. They brought all of us back to the dry land.
Net?
Yes.
Wow.
Now, that experience was too quick. Before we got to the dry land, those people that fell inside the water that they rescued, not all of them survived. About 37 of them died. They now asked us to go and bury those ones beside the sea. So when we got there, we that were still alive, that were still agile, that didn't fall inside the water, they now said we should bury them. So when I carried one, this thing was not more, it's not more than 45 minutes. Immediately I carried the person, let me just carry, the hand peeled out. Some of them, during that process, their eyes, fish has already eaten it. The ears, nothing. So that was not a consciousness to not tell me, okay, you are really in a big damn soup. So what will you do? So that experience is what I am trying to make sure that Nigerians do not go through, because they won't tell you you are going to pass through this route. Even if they tell you, they have not been there. You are the one that is going to fix this kind of challenge. And if God is not on your side, I tell you, you might not come back, because the chances of you surviving is chances of 98% of failure and 2% chance of surviving.
All right. Thank you so much, Jeremiah Adelu. I think now you're actually getting me emotional, but it's okay. We will go. So our time is up, and I want to say thank you for coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Our day, and I want to celebrate every migrant out there, and we want to say keeping strong.
Yeah.
And we want to encourage you to keep pushing this course, and we believe that it will turn out positively, and a whole lot of people are going to learn from all of this. Thank you very much. This is what we call it a day on Across Borders. Don't forget to follow us via social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and also subscribe to our YouTube platforms, including Across Borders. A very big thank you to everyone that have taken their time to watch. Thank you, Adelu Jeremiah. Thank you, Kehinde Adegboyega, for insightful experience that you have shared with us. And I want to thank the entire team of Across Borders for helping us put this together. My name is Grace Komolafe, and until next time, we'll be coming your way again with another interesting topic. Keep keeping up and strong. See you some other time. Bye for now.
Migration is one of the oldest stories in human history, a story of search for opportunity, safety, connection, and dignity. Across continents and centuries, people have moved to join families, find work, study, escape conflict, and build new lives. Today, migration continues to shape the world in powerful ways. Each year on December 18, the world marks International Migrant Day, a day proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 2000 to recognize the growing number of people who live outside their place of birth, celebrate their contributions, and draw attention to the challenges they face. The day advocates strongly for safe, orderly, and humane migration and respect for migrants' human rights. According to the latest estimates, there are about 304 million international migrants worldwide. That is nearly 3.7% of the global population, nearly double the figure since 1990. Nearly half of all migrants are women, illustrating the gendered nature of human mobility. International remittance, the money migrants send to their families, have risen dramatically over the past 2 decades, reaching an estimated $831 billion globally, with most flows going to low and middle income countries. Conflict, climate change, and humanitarian crisis have pushed more than 117 million people into displacement at the end of 2022, including refugees, asylum seekers, and others in need of international protection. Tragically, thousands of migrants lose their lives each year while attempting to reach safety. Recent tracking shows nearly 9,000 migrants lost their lives in 2024 alone, with the real figure likely higher due to underreporting. According to Grace Komolafe, who put this report together, International Migrants Day is a reminder that behind every statistic is a human being, someone seeking safety, dignity, opportunity, or simply a chance to rebuild their life. It is about human lives, families, hopes, and challenges. Migrants are essential to economies and societies, yet too often they face exploitation, discrimination, health barriers, and dangers along their journeys. Annual observance by organizations such as United Nations, International Organization for Migration IMO, and World Health Organization WHO focus on themes like health access for migrants, integration into host societies, and governance of safe migration pathways. In 2024, the WHO underscores the importance of migrants' rights to healthcare at every stage of their journey, a recognition that health is central to dignity and protection for people on the move. This year's theme, My Great Story, Culture and Development, highlights how human mobility transforms our world, enriching communities, inspiring innovations, and driving sustainable development when migration is rooted in dignity and respect for human rights. Globally, migrants play a vital role in labor markets, filling skill gaps, driving innovation, and fueling economic growth. Yet, many continue to experience harsh conditions, discrimination, unsafe travel routes, and limited access to service and protection. International Migrants Day is both a celebration of contributions and a call to action to build systems that protect rights, reduce vulnerability, and support inclusive society. International Migrants Day invites the world to reflect on human mobility with empathy and solidarity. As the world grows more interconnected, the protection of migrants through safe migration pathways, access to basic service, and respect for human dignity remains essential to achieving peaceful and equitable society. Praise Matthews, SOUQ News TV.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News here on SOUQ News Television, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. President Bola Tinubu has vowed that his administration will defeat terrorism, assuring Nigerians that security forces are fighting very hard to restore peace and stability nationwide. Analysts note that the pledge underscores the government's commitment to tackling rising insecurity in vulnerable regions. Speaking on Wednesday night at the Presidential Villa Abuja during a meeting with leaders of the Ogbia community of Bayelsa State, Tinubu said his administration would continue to pursue violent groups while expanding development interventions in the Niger Delta. Reports indicate that the strategy combines security operations with socio-economic programs to address root causes of unrest. Communities in the northwest, northeast, and north central remain affected by insurgency, banditry, kidnappings, and attacks on rural settlements. Analysts suggest that while arrests and disruptions of criminal networks have been reported, sustained efforts are critical to fully stabilize these regions and restore public confidence in national security. And our federal government says it is strengthening Nigeria's conflict prevention framework by improving early warning and response systems amid persistent security challenges across the country and the wider African region. The initiative is aimed at enabling quicker detection of risks, better coordination among agencies, and more proactive responses to emerging threats before they escalate. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, stated this in Abuja while addressing an engagement session on strengthening and capacity building of the National Early Warning Response Group. He was represented at the event by the ministry's spokesperson, Kimiebi Ebienfa, who delivered the minister's remark. The session was organized by the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution in collaboration with the Strengthening Peace and Resilience in Nigeria project, supported by the British Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Tuga said effective early warning systems are essential for preventing violence, promoting stability, and sustaining peace nationwide long term. And away from that, debt service and personnel costs have exceeded Nigeria's total revenue for the first 7 months of 2025. However, reports indicate capital projects also suffered deep cut amid falling receipts. Analysts warn that the shortfall underscores growing pressure on the government's budget and raises concerns over fiscal stability as expenditure demands rise. Analysis of the 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper showed that between January and July, the federal government earned 13.67 trillion naira in aggregate revenue, compared with a pro-rata target of 23.85 trillion naira. This created a revenue gap of 10.19 trillion naira, representing a shortfall of roughly 42.7%. Analysts say the figures highlight a disconnect between revenue expectations and actual collection, revealing structural weaknesses in budget execution. President Bola Tinubu, speaking to stakeholders of the Buhari organization in Abuja, said his administration's non-oil revenue drive had met projections by August, reducing reliance on external borrowing. Officials maintain that ongoing fiscal reforms aim to improve revenue efficiency and ensure future budget stability. Moving ahead, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has approved the commencement of scheduled flight operations at the Samuel Ladoke Akitola Airport in Ibadan, Oyo State. Reports indicate that the approval follows extensive upgrade aimed at bringing the airport to international standard. The Oyo State government undertook several projects, including the extension and widening of the runway, enhancement of airfield lighting, construction of a 500,000-litre aviation fuel storage facility, and the development of a new protocol lounge. Analysts say these improvements are expected to boost air traffic, facilitate commercial flights, and enhance the airport's operational capacity. Dr. Sulaiman Olariwaju, special advisor to the Oyo State Governor on media, confirmed the NCAA approval in a statement issued in Ibadan. He added that the upgrades mark a major milestone for regional connectivity and economic development, with potential to attract investment and improve passenger experiences at the facility. And lastly, on the news, China has launched the Hainan Free Trade Port, effectively splitting the island from the mainland for customs processing in a bid to attract foreign investment and join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. Analysts say the move aims to emulate Hong Kong's commercial model while promoting tariff-free trade on goods with at least 30% local value added. Officials hope the initiative will allow foreign firms to operate in restricted service sectors on the mainland and enhance China's trade credentials. Vice Premier He Lifeng called on local authorities to build Hainan Free Trade Port into a vital gateway, leading China's new era of opening up to the world, stressing the project as a strategic decision by the ruling Communist Party. Reports suggest the port is part of broader economic diversification amid U.S. tariffs under President Donald Trump. Analysts believe Hainan's success could strengthen China's influence in global supply chains while signaling its readiness to meet CPTPP standards. And that's the news this afternoon. We say thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. My name is Grace Komalafe, and coming up shortly is Just Africa. To stay with us.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters headquarters to the 10 square kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, But what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, here we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the African stories differently. And today, and across the continent, millions are working hard, yet too many are learning skills that no longer match the future of work. The real question is no longer how many people we train, but what they are trained for, and whether that learning actually changes lives, productivity, and opportunity. This is Just Africa, and I am Omivi Idolo, and I have with me in the studio Emmanuel Amulo. Hello, Emmanuel.
Your favorite person. Always add your favorite person. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. It's actually been a very interesting day. Although it's dull because just a few seconds into coming into the show, learned one of our guests who were hoping to come in and say he lost his mom. And he really just said it like that. I just felt, it just reminded me of mine, and the whole mood just changed in the office. I spoke to doctor about it, and doctor was like, wow, so he had to reach out to the person again. So he just kind of like changed the mood. Yeah. I understand people, this is Christmas period, everybody's trying to celebrate, right? And then this happens, and you don't know what to celebrate anymore. At this moment, anybody who at this point is going through something similar. We express our condolence. We understand it. It's part of life. I think I can speak now because it's been a while, right? But it will get better. Life continues, essentially. But we mourn those that have passed away. But again, not to dampen the mood, we're talking about how to get our workforce to be optimal, right? Yes. The truth is, we know that we're hardworking in Africa. We know human resource is something we don't lack. The problem now becomes, how do we acclimatize? How do we evolve so that when there's a new technology or there's a new idea, we can just fit in, right? Yesterday we were talking about how to fit into this crypto or digital finance, and we know you can't shape it away. That's where everybody's moving to. So we need to learn these new skills. Are we prepared for it? What do we need to do? And that's why these kind of conversations need to be had, because everybody needs to be prepared.
Yes, and whatever training you are acquiring now, whatever training it is, does it really fit into the future of the workforce? Because right now, it's not just all about just being trained, or you're doing online courses. I'm training for this, I'm training for that, I'm doing this.
Do you know that the job is going to be there when you get out, or the skill is going to be needed?
How do we empower our youth, and how do we go about these? Are some of the things we will be discussing on today's show. So today on Just Africa, we explore how learning and development must evolve beyond certificates and workshops into real capability, adaptability, and growth. From digital skills to leadership, from technical training to lifelong learning, this conversation is about building a workforce that doesn't just survive change, but it drives the change itself. Because empowering Africa's workforce isn't a short-term project. It's a long-term investment in people, productivity, and the continent of Africa generally, the future of Africa generally. All right, we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing in our special guest who will be helping us to unpack this robust topic. You stay with us. We'll be right back. Yes, welcome back to Just Africa. Please do to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa channel. And of course, like, share, and some of your comments will be read during the show. Yes, so today our topic is empowering Africa's workforce, transforming learning and development for lasting impact. And joining us to unpack this robust conversation is Sarah Yusuf, a dynamic learning and development leader whose work has directly upskilled over 60,000 professionals and improved workforce efficiency by 40%. Sarah has spent over a decade designing and implementing innovative learning solutions, from e-learning platforms to leadership development programs, helping organizations across healthcare and other sectors bridge skills gaps and achieve measurable results. Her work exemplifies how thoughtful instructional design and digital transformation can empower employees, drive organizational success, and contribute to Africa's broader development. Hello, Sarah. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you. How are you doing this beautiful afternoon?
How is Abuja?
Well, I'm doing very well. Abuja is really dry, but it's fine.
That's good.
Has the Harmattan kicked in yet in Abuja?
Oh yes, it has. It has. I think we're all sort of battling with one flu or the other right now.
So I get it. I just heard where a colleague just say, "Oh, I've got a flu." I said, "Okay, it's Harmattan. It's about to arrive here in Lagos as well." Anyway,
all right.
We're driving straight to the conversation.
Yes, straight up. So when we talk about empowering Africa's workforce, Sarah, what does that mean to the everyday African?
For a very long time, when we talk about empowering in this part of the world, people figured it was giving money or giving some sort of free opportunity. But I feel right now, we need to begin to look at empowerment for what it is, creating the opportunities, the systems, and the infrastructure that can help Africa's workforce upskill rapidly and quickly. And so for me in L&D, that is really what empowering Africa's workforce is how do we get the solutions that are contextual to us as Africans, that are relevant to us as Africans, and that are built to address the unique problems that we have in Africa. And not just bringing those solutions, but also deploying it very rapidly. So I think that is what empowering Africa's workforce will mean.
So when you decided to focus on L&D, in terms of healthcare and, of course, public service, I mean, why did you delve towards this side?
That's quite interesting because my first introduction to L&D was as a knowledge management specialist, and it was in the travel IT industry. Okay. So I worked with Amadeus IT Group in France for a short while, right after business school. And at the time, I was covering West Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And one of the things I noted was just how much of a structure there was, and how when we applied that structure across West Europe, it seemed to make some sort of sense in the Middle East, but didn't really make a lot of sense in Africa. And so that sort of got me thinking that the reason why people fail is not because they are unwilling or because they are they are not qualified, but because they are unsupported. So it is a systems failure that we have in Africa. And even when solutions are available, even when there are infrastructures that are being developed, it's not being developed with Africa in mind. Because you see, when you're not at the table building, then nobody is building for you. Yeah. So you're sort of trying to use what people are building for their markets. And that inspired me to really come back to Nigeria and begin to build for home, begin to build with our own unique context in mind, and to answer the solutions to our own problems. And I think for me, L&D is really a lever for equity, sort of just helping strengthen people's skill, you know, and that the ripple effect is beyond just the person, but also to the outcome and to the impact that we have at the end of the day.
I'm assuming that this is what has shaped your approach to, you know, L&D, you know, your work here in Africa, of course, from Nigeria. Share us an example where this approach helped an individual or an organization?
So interestingly, when COVID struck Nigeria, I was part of the team that worked on deploying the first massive and very robust learning management system that was deployed across the nation. We built that project in like 1 month. And at the time, there was a lot of uncertainty. There were, lots of questions that nobody could answer. It was new. We were all just experiencing it for the first time. And for the first time, I think on a large scale in healthcare, we could not bring people into the classroom to teach them. We could not organize the workshops, the step down trainings. We could not have all of that happening. And it was the first time that I think I got the call that says we need this solution deployed. And that was absolutely just amazing because for me, it was impact on the sport. And all of the preconceptions that people had about learning in Africa. So initially people would say, oh, Nigerians don't like online learning. Oh, no, we are not going to accept it. Oh, no. But we take courses on Coursera and Udemy. We do EDX and we are proud of it. We share it on LinkedIn. We do all of these things. So why can we not build something for ourselves, So it was the first time that I saw it at scale. And since then, there has been such a huge acceptance across the country. And we're just growing more, we're learning more, and we're building more.
All right. Thank you very much, Sarah. And I love the fact that you said we are learning more, we are building more. Now, there are so many training out there. Africans are being trained for one job, position, or the other. Yet, productivity level, to a very large extent, does not match or does not equate the level of training people are getting. What could be responsible for this?
This is interesting. I asked this question myself severally. One of the things I first noticed was training for us was first of all viewed as an opportunity where your organization sort of wanted to reward you. So they sent you for a training.
For training, yes.
And it was not viewed as a strategic part of the business or a strategic part of national development that needed to have return on investment with clearly defined key performance indicators. And so I thought for the longest time, we were deploying trainings for the sake of it. But the world is changing. And all of a sudden, we are realizing that we cannot stay far off. And what is starting to happen is people are realizing that the skills I learn and the faster I can learn those skills, the easier it is for me to set myself apart to be relevant in the world. And so instead of that reward-based training, it's more like training to catch up with what is happening so we are not obscure and we are not obsolete. So I think that the mindset is starting to shift. Before now, the foundation was probably not the best, but currently I'm starting to pick that tempo that people are starting to, you know what, I need to learn new skills. It's not about the degree I have anymore. It's not about what I have been learning or I have been taught before. It is now about going directly for skills. And that is the beauty with what e-learning really is offering is we're not building a master's program. We're not building a BSc. You don't have to take a course because it is required for something. Come on, learn the specific skill you need, and it helps you go in to do the job you need to do fast and as soon as possible. So really, I think, there's a bit of a shift in that area.
Okay. All right. So another thing when it comes to training is that it is meant to change the behavioral pattern of a person or of an organization. So when the behavior of the trainee doesn't change in an organization, whom should we hold accountable for that?
Now, this is interesting. So one of my mentors is a behavioral scientist. And I realized that one of the things that we don't pay attention to, like you have rightly noted, is behavior, right? Because the end of every training endeavor should be able to feed back into the behavior. Now, it's two things. Is it a systems problem which I would not want to go much into, but I think in Africa, we do have a systems problem, not necessarily a people problem all the time. Now, there could be a people problem, but it's more of a systems problem. And one of the things that I find is happening rapidly is, so say I equip someone with maybe the skills for AI in health, in healthcare, how to deploy AI solutions in healthcare to be able to rapidly respond to your patients, reduce patients waiting time, improve patients outcome. But the AI infrastructures are not available in their facility for them to even be able to carry out that training. That is not it's a systems problem. It's an infrastructure problem. It doesn't have to do with the person themselves. Now we have that. Then we have the other side where we ask ourselves, every training program should be preceded by a needs analysis, which means training should never be done for the sake of training. Training should be done because it is needed. And there is a clearly defined goal for each training endeavor. Now, that clearly defined goal will determine who is taking the training, why we're maybe sending them or paying for them, or even they themselves, why they're paying for themselves to come and learn the skills. So if you're doing something without the goal of what you would do with it at the end, we would see a problem with performance change or behavioral change, not being feasible, or not even, sometimes it's not like there is no behavioral change, but nobody is even looking for it. There is no way to measure it. There's no way to ascertain that this has happened. So I would not say there is a person to hold responsible. I would say it's really the system that guides it that we should be holding responsible.
Okay.
I do like the fact that you mentioned that whatever it is you're learning should meet a skill or meet a need rather. Otherwise, that learning is just wasted. And when you mentioned it, it kind of reminded me of a lot of trainings that we do. We do a lot of talk, right? Most of our trainings is a lot of talk. Then you now meet a trainee that is sophisticated. When you now go back to your office, you now probably see whatever I learned, I can't even put it to use because most of the materials are not there. How do you measure impact after training, for example? How do you measure impact and ensure that whatever is trained meets that need?
So that is quite interesting because when we talk of measuring impact, right, there are quantitative and qualitative ways that we can do that. And I think one of the hardest things for an L&D person is really to be able to say this is the impact. But for me, beyond completion rates, which is what we see a lot of people do, 20 people took the course, 18 people completed it, that means it was good. No. I focus on the application of what they learned. And so I always, advise that there is a feedback loop that is directly tied to job performance or roles that people have. So for example, if you are a manager, can we see that your team is having a better experience since this training than before the training? I also focus on the performance indicators that are directly linked. And this is where, I would really talk to people who design trainings. Every performance indicator should be directly linked to an outcome for your training. So training outcomes should not exist in isolation. They should be directly linked to job performance and the indicators that have been pre-established. And ultimately, we also have organizational outcomes. Now, these are, big ways where we kind of have to build all of this sophisticated L&D or M&E systems to be able to meet them. But however, we also have ways like feedback loops. What are the people who took your training saying? What are the people that are their direct stakeholders saying? What is the result coming out of the business saying? So I think it is majorly going to be application performance indicators and organizational outcomes, but this will be supported by the feedback loops, by the analytics, and also by our ability to keep refining the training. Because I tell people, if I'm deploying the same training for 2, 3, 4 years, it means that there's something I'm not hearing. I need to have that feedback that is coming either from the results or from the people to be able to say, you know what, let's switch this, let's up this, let's create all of these branching scenarios or something. So yeah, that is really, for me, what looking at the ROI on training would be.
So I was going to just jump this in. If you meet resistance in terms of training, because you're an L&D person, right? And then you meet resistance, people are just stuck in their old ways, they don't want to move. How do you tackle that?
Wow, this is interesting because yes, it's more common than you can imagine. Um, there are two ways, right? And it's really depending on what the goal is. The first is for adult learners who are my target audience. One of the key ways to get adult learners to learn is that they need to see what is in it for them. They need to be willing to come. And when I have a willing participants who are like, you know what, we know we need this thing. We don't trust you. We don't trust how you're deploying it. We don't we don't trust that you're going to do this well, but we know we need it.
We need it.
They are the easier not to crack. Yeah, they're the easier not to crack because all you have to do is beyond showing them your foolproof system, showing them what you have done before and how it has worked. That sort of waters down the resistance. Then there is the other group. We do not care. We don't know why we're here. We were probably sent here by force. We don't want to listen to you, and we really don't think you can do this. Now that group is the hardest to crack. And like I always say, when you build a system, your hope and your desire for it is that it can convey your expertise and the need for your acceptance to your audience. But if and when your audience is a resistant audience, work with the first early adopters who are willing to test your system. And if you can show results in them, it breaks down resistance for the others. So I always tell people, don't send a team that is unwilling to. You know, we have issues where people send an organization for training and then they start sending you messages. You know what? Can we cut it? We'll just do 1 hour shares online. You know, brief this for us. No, when you have a team like that, it's best to work with those who are willing. And then based on the results you're able to generate, the later adopters would always come on board. But your target audience for adult learners will always be people who see the need, because adults are really tough to work with. And if they do not see the need for this, there is very little you can do to convince them otherwise. So your convincing should be in the needs analysis, not on the execution or the deployments.
All right. Thank you very much, Sarah. I love the fact that you're breaking down and everyone is understanding, because I know I'm exactly.
I had follow-up questions. I had follow-up questions.
I'm always learning a lot, and I'm glad he's learning.
Please.
Okay, so we want to talk about technology and training is in a corporate organization. Like you rightly said, because it is an online, because it is maybe via Zoom or whatever, people tend not to pay attention to training. Or then at other times, people will tell you, okay, we cannot pay, or the organization might say that we can't fund you traveling to so place, so let's do it online. Now, let's look at it. What role, what is it? Should we say technology is playing a positive or negative role in terms of training? Because I cannot balance it. You are the expert here. Help us understand.
So this is interesting. My background is in human resources.
Okay.
So when I approached e-learning, right, as a tool for organizational development, it for me has always been people-focused, technology-enabled. It's never about the technology first. It's about the people.
Wow.
So what we end up doing in many cases is we have this technology and then we try to convince people to buy into it. But what it should be is we look at the people and then build the technology that matches their needs. Now, training has always been very expensive. And every time a business and organization is in trouble, the first thing they cut is training. That tells us something already, right? We cannot insist on doing what has been difficult or has not necessarily worked. So e-learning is giving us a cheaper and easier and a faster option to be able to deploy training. And what we have is a lot of jobs in the world really require you to have SOPs, you know, standard operating procedures, job aids. And we have these big flip charts we hang all around our offices and checklists for people to follow. We have been doing all of that. Now, that is not very much different from what e-learning is bringing. E-learning is just bringing a simpler, easier, more accessible, way to learning the things that you can learn. One of the things I advise businesses in Nigeria to do, and that's because I understand the limitation of our environment. I understand that people want to leave home, check into a hotel, go to a training room, have all of that. I understand it. But can we cut down, say, training from 5 days to 2 days? If we're able to have, say, the introduction done virtually, can
Yes.
we have a system whereby your staff does not necessarily have to leave their job to go get trained? Now, I am a huge fan of asynchronous learning. And what asynchronous learning means really is self-paced learning, where the learning management system has been built and all of these resources are already there. You can log in from home, you can do it on the go, you can do it even at the moment you need that knowledge or you need that information. These things are, so I don't want us to look at it as, are we picking the traditional way or this? Let's look at what advantages does e-learning have. Is it possible that I have someone on the job who, say, maybe needs to quickly work on some data using Excel, and in the moment you can go online, look at an Excel template built for your company that is being taught to you in 15 minutes, and you go along what 365 days a year training means, that it's available for you, it's there on your fingertip. Now, I feel like for a business that wants to survive the 21st century,
Yes.
you will need to be a learning organization. And a learning organization is not an organization that sends its staff for training. It's an organization that can embed training in its daily systems, that every single interaction within your organization is built to enable learning. Now, e-learning is one of those. There are so many other strategies, but training, physical training, is the least of it. So a learning organization is an organization that embeds learning in every system. So my staff interaction, how do I pair them? Is there mentoring? So my staff interaction, how do I pair them? Is there mentoring and coaching going on every day on the job role? Job descriptions are being designed every day on the job role. Job descriptions are being designed to enable around them. People can do well because they are there. They create a great workplace environment for everyone. There are people that help the culture, right? They help the learning culture, they help the learning system. So I think at the end of the day, you need to understand the strength your staff brings. I have heard certain stories, especially with small businesses, where a seemingly not very effective staff was let go, and at the end of the day, because they let go of that staff, the entire morale of the team dropped, or the entire infrastructure that was invisible, that was powering success in the organization dropped. So I think the thing is, first of all, you need to understand what strengths do they bring and how does it fit. And that is why it is intentional. You have to be intentional when building your team. Don't just hire good people. You should hire good people. You should hire people who are technically sound. You should hire people who have the right attitude. You should hire people who are leaders and people naturally gravitate towards them. That is how a team should work. And so when I am evaluating people, evaluate each person at the area of their strength and then give them the support that they need to meet up to the overall business goals. I think that's really the strategy for that.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to ask, I don't know if you're going to answer this question, but I will ask anyway. We don't know whether you will answer, but what truth, when it comes to leadership, those of you at L&D, you don't like listening. Now, this is a question coming from someone who is watching. Okay, so I read, say, what truth about leadership development are L&D teams not allowed to say out loud?
Okay.
Oh, wow. So we are not allowed to say it out loud when I'm supposed to say it here.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a tough sport.
Say it.
Okay. I'm going to say something safe. Leaders are both born and made.
Hello,
Leaders
Sarah.
at the top of the organization. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Hear me?
Now, go on.
Okay. So I said, yeah, okay. Leaders are both born and made, and leaders do not always sit at the top of the organization. The CEO is not always the leader. The janitor could be the leader.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but sometimes when you study the structure of an organization, yeah, the leader is not always the obvious one. And it is important to be able to discern and to really investigate and see who is leading things here, because that person doesn't always sit at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't always sit at the top.
So if the leader doesn't sit at the top all the time, why is it so difficult for some people to let those that are not given the title of a leader to be at the helm of affairs? Now, like you said, that there are some people that may not have the required skills, but they just gravitate things and things just work under them. But we have seen leaders who carry the title and they ensure that that person doesn't succeed, and which affects, of course, the whole work.
That again is a systems and a structural problem.
Okay.
And this is where personally as an individual, I have a problem with promotions being based around how long you've been in an organization. I think I really do have a problem with that. I feel so when you look at, let's take a classic example. When you look at big companies globally, right? There's something they do in recruitment. Whenever they're recruiting, they have a special tract where they recruit leaders straight out of the university. The question you ask yourself is, how do you recruit a 21-year-old but know that you're training this person for leadership? What about this 21-year-old who is joining your organization today automatically places them on management track and not on, entry level? Go. Yeah, because so that's what graduate management trainees are for, right? That's what, leadership track hires are for. That you're hiring people and knowing that these people we are hiring, we're training the next crop of our leaders, the next crop of CEOs, the next crop of, people that are going to drive this organization forward. And I think that is a way to begin to look at it, that when I say leaders are both born and made, is some people are born for that position, and it is important that you can identify them and you can begin to give them the tools and resources they need from the day they join the organization. But there are also people that are open to learning, and it is quite important that they do. Now, one of the things that I have seen happen again and again with especially natural born leaders is whether or not they get to sit in the office, they command the influence from where they are, whether or not they ever get there. It would be nice if they do, because then the change is, absolutely amazing. There is no friction at the top. The leadership doesn't begin to feel threatened. But whether or not they're given that title, they always gravitate towards that. So yeah, I just think that we have a problem with how we decide who leads an organization, and we could do better with that.
Okay.
We could do better with that.
Final question from me. Yeah. At one point, I know you've done HR before, so this helps. At what point do you recommend for a staff to be fired? Especially when you have trained the person and the person is not bringing out results.
Okay, so I have a cardinal rule, right? If you can afford it, don't be too quick to fire for performance. I always, tell businesses who can afford it, because I understand there are small businesses that don't have the luxury of budget. But for a business that can afford it, say I hire you as a front desk and you're really bad at it, you would do better doing something else. Can we switch departments? Can we move managers? Can we sort of, try to give you different options to see how well you would cope? But if and when a staff, because that's the thing, loyalty does not just have to be with the staff liking you or liking the business. It has to do with them doing all they can to succeed on the role and help the business thrive. When you are lacking that all I can attitude, that's the time to let the staff go.
Okay. Okay.
Is that my flowers? I can't give you. I can't give you.
That was really beautiful. Okay, so before we let you go, because our time is almost up, in 1 minute, I just want you to give your final words as regarding training, as regarding skills, as regarding acquiring new knowledge generally.
The next decade that we're going into is going to surprise all of us. For some in very pleasant ways, for some in unpleasant ways. But we should understand that the ones who are prepared, who are ready, and who have opened their hearts up to change and to upskilling to meet the demand would be the ones who would absolutely thrive. So my advice for us is, whether you're a business or you're an individual or you are in opportunity to make policy or build governance structures at national level, at state level, you should be thinking of building scaffolds that will support our workforce. Most of the population in our country are very young people. And the beauty of these young people is they're super malleable. They are the one generation that do not mind studying law in the university and learning photography. That tells us something, right? That these are people who, if given the right infrastructure, if given the right systems, are able to meet up to the demand that would take our workforce to the next level, that would take our human resources as a nation to the next level, and would also rise up to meet global demand. So I think we should begin to think futuristically. We should begin to, while we're trying to survive today, remember that we're stepping into a decade that is unprecedented and that is very, very different from what we know today. So let's begin to build for it. Let's begin to think about it. I think personally, I'm tired of people telling me, oh, this is so unrealistic. It's not unrealistic. It's coming, right? It's coming, and we need to be prepared for it. Yeah.
A very big thank you to you, Sarah Yusuf, for your beautiful insights. In fact, we appreciate your time and your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
Sarah
you,
Yusuf
and it's
is
pleasure.
a dynamic learning and development leader whose work has directly upskilled over 60,000 professionals and improved workforce efficiency by 40%. And Sarah has spent over a decade designing and implementing innovative learning solutions, from e-learning platforms to leadership development programs, helping organizations across healthcare and other sectors bridge skills gaps and achieve measurable results. Now, for what she has said, you will know that we were not hyping her.
No. I learned. I was deliberately asking that particular questions because anybody who sees the question I was asking, you see, many of the pitfalls that businesses, especially the ones that are still struggling, or SMEs, many of them fall short of these things that we talked about.
Yes.
And then she was able to explain them. But see the part where I even asked about hiring and firing.
Yeah.
And she was like, don't be always quick to fire people. Because sometimes the skill that they have can be used elsewhere.
Yeah.
You just need to find it. And that's where leadership also comes in. As a leader, you just don't, you should be able to identify what your people are good at, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, this person is not good at this place, let me shift you to this other part. Yeah. Try here. Unless you are not ready to learn, and you're not even adding any value to my business, then I cannot let you go.
Yeah.
But if there's a skill that I know you have, but where I put you, it's like putting a square peg in a round hole. Look for that round hole so that person fits in, because there's a loyalty that the person has to that business, and which is also of value, which I can also trade in.
Yeah, as for me, I want everyone to understand that you don't really necessarily have to carry the title of a leader.
Of a leader to be one.
For you to lead. And even if you are carrying the title, if you have been named the head, look at the people in your team. Is there someone who is actually doing better than you as a leader? You don't have to quit the role, or you don't have to actually give the person the title, but bring the person close. So instead of dimming the person's light, help the person shine brighter. And of course, that person may be put in another role as a head, because, like she said, leaders are either born or a maid. So don't dim someone else's light because you carry the title of a leader. So this is how we come to the first segment of Just Africa. Right now, we'll go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll be coming in with the second segment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors awe at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes
commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa, and this is the second segment, on SOUQ News Television. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel. So, in Africa today, buildings are rising fast, but the questions around them are rising even faster. Who really owns the land? Who secure property rights? And are we building for today's profits or tomorrow's people? So the future of African real estate is not just about concrete and cranes. It's about laws that protect investment, systems that prevent disputes, and sustainable designs that can survive climate pressure, rapid urban growth, and rising energy costs. So in this segment, we look beyond the skyline to ask the hard questions. Do our legal systems support sustainable development or slow it down? How can African real estate grow without repeating the mistakes of the past? Because the cities we build today will define how Africans live, work, and thrive for generations. Samuel.
I added that because, look, everybody's talking about real estate right now. Okay, whether to invest or whether to become a buyer or, for example, to live in it, right? And we know, right, the talk of the town right now, especially Lagos, specifically, is tenancy. Issues with landlord and tenants, and everybody think, okay, when am I going to become my own landlord? Conversations like this need to be had because truly, we need to check the legal implications of some of these things. Yeah. What is the reach? How far can people go? What can we do when you have stumbling blocks? Look, at the end of the day, what everybody wants is a shelter over their head, right? Yeah. Whether you want to now use that shelter to make money is a different conversation entirely. But every system around it, you want to understand it better so that you don't wake up tomorrow and then you're under the bridge. Well, that's a shelter anyway. But again, you're no longer where you feel comfort. But I hope that our guests will help us break down especially the legal side of it.
Exactly.
See how sustainable the current system that we run is. Because I know it's in Canada. There, that place, it looks like our initial guest was talking about the problem we have is mostly system. And we know their system is well improved. Maybe from what he has learned in that side, and then he's a Nigerian. So
yeah,
I'll have to tackle with that one. So, but as a Nigerian who has lived, in a different climate, come and share this interconnectivity, what you've learned, and let's see how we can improve our own continent.
Yeah, so in the second segment, Just Africa will examine legal systems and the sustainability and the future of African real estate. Our guest, Ayobayo Babade, I hope I pronounced that well, who is a dual qualified attorney, New York and Nigeria, legal advisory specialist and real estate investment advisor, sustainability and social impact advocate, management consultant, technology and operations strategist. You can imagine his profile. Brings deep cross-border expertise that few legal professionals possess. So as a dual-qualified attorney in New York and Nigeria with more than a decade of experience across real estate law, contract management, compliance, procurement, and non-profit advocacy, he represents the intersection of legal rigor, operational execution, and sustainable development. His background in digital transformation, organizational systems, and strategic consulting makes him uniquely positioned to guide this discussion. Hello, Ayobayo Babade. How you doing?
I'm doing very good. Thank you very much for having me. I am sincerely grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah. Emmanuel said you're looking.
I see you're looking very fresh. The weather in that place is making you look very nice.
All right, welcome again to the show. So let's go straight. So when we say, I mean, what does sustainable real estate looks like in an African context?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So sustainable real estate within the African context would do a mixture of a real estate that is one useful for today, but does not negatively impact the future. So a real estate that today you can make use of it, that today it can provide for the needs of the country or of the people today, but does not negatively impact the future, such that the future generations do not come back and say that what we have done to real estate has negatively impacted them. And it's on all fronts, on how we build, what we build, how we build, and how we make use of the environment. A couple of days ago, I was listening to, I think it was Beautiful Nubia, and it was talking about how it was passing by Lagos-Ibadan Expressway a couple of days ago. And then when it was passing by, he saw a lot of trees and forests left and right. But he then came back now and he found out that everywhere was cleared away, that there was nothing. And I'm like, that's not sustainable real estate. Even though, yes, you want to make room for development, but you should also ensure that you preserve the future such that you don't make it everything today. And then in the future, there really is no tree or there really isn't anything there to be of good to us. So as the discussion goes on, we look into what can be done and how we can ensure that we are sustainable in real estate, both for today and for the future.
In fact, we are going to come back to this part you just explained, but I want to ask again, is sustainability in African real estate a genuine legal requirement, or it is just something that people just do and, you know, they're just comfortable with it that way?
Yeah, honestly and truthfully, there are no concrete provisions in the law to say that you must be sustainable. Even though, yes, there are provisions in the law that guide in some way, but it's not a core requirement, and I will explain. So, for example, when you want to do an estate, for example, you need to have something in law called an estate layout in Nigeria. And what that estate layout means is that within the land we have within the estate, you need to provide some space for what we call green area. We need to provide some space for infrastructures that will make sure that the life of the people within that estate is well taken care of. So like grocery stores, like petrol stations, commercial areas. So within that estate layout, you must plan for everything to ensure that the lives of those that would live within that estate is good. Even though on paper, a lot of people do that in some shape or form. But the sad reality is that after they submit it and get the approval, the main thing that will ensure it is that constant follow-up and to ensure that what is written or what is approved is what is done on site. Yes. So what we see in reality, a lot of times people submit for approval, but when after they get the approval, they do on site may be totally different. Yeah.
So wait, the legal part of this thing, I know it will be a bit technical because neither of us here is a lawyer, but one of the things that Africa suffered the most is sustainability, right? The laws will barely be on paper. It is there. We have the laws, but implementation is usually the problem. How do we fix sustainability in real estate?
So to fix it, like I said, so one of the most important things is, I mentioned earlier that on paper, those things are there, but in reality, those things are not there. And one of the main things is monitoring. Monitoring. Individuals have monitor and to show that, okay, what you wrote, what you said you're going to do, are you doing it? And interestingly, and that's the starting point. Is, okay, if you see anything that is not meant to be, then there should be places where you can report to, and there are individuals that can then take them up. I know that was one of the issues that I think a while back where Lagos State was saying that they really do not have enough manpower to be able to monitor all the construction in Lagos. So, for example, there was a time where they were demolishing houses that were built on canals, on drainages, on places where power lines. Exactly. If they were not there, and people were asking that what happened when they were building, when they were doing all things that you did not see it, and now that it's now fully completed, people are living there. It's now when you are now need to now then demolish it. which is not sustainable. Somebody has spent money already building, and then you are demolishing. It will save more on everybody if it is stopped and immediately it commences, so that you don't just it off. So those are things that, so monitoring is key, and then after monitoring also is the enforcement. And the big thing that always makes those things not to be done is what we call deliberate corruption. Because there are times where even the officials may even see it. But those people in charge will be like, oh, let us have something from you such that we will not enforce it. And then that then does not let it occur. Does not let sustainability occur. But if the laws as we have, if they are even implemented in some shape or form to the best of what the law provides, then we can then begin to talk about sustainability discussion. So yes, the laws, yes, it needs to be improved and tweaked, but the starting point is the ones that we have, let's continually enforce them, and then we can then see how to then work on it and make sure it is sustainable both for us now and then for the future.
You experienced two, I mean, from your profile, we can see you've experienced two different cultures. New York, which everybody looks at as maybe high standard, they'll say is the SOUQ climb. And then you've done Africa as well. If you were to compare both, right, what major differences would you be able to point out?
So there are quite a couple of differences. And like one of the things I always say is that real estate has to work for the people. Yeah, so the people within that sphere has to say, okay, how can we make this thing work for us? And that's the most important thing. And I said that internal clients, one of the things that they do, one is they do a lot of projection. They look at, okay, even though things are working now, they look at, okay, what will happen next 20 years? What will happen next 30 years? What will happen next 50 years? And they begin to put structures in place now for that next 50 years. But one of the things I see, sadly, I'm at home, is that people wait until the issue has become a big problem before you now begin to see how to address it. At that time, it's often too late because you're addressing problems now. No, those problems that you're trying to address now are even things that may even cause problem in the future. But when you do a lot of long-term planning to see, okay, this population we have now, we have this much people. In the next 50 years, how many people would we have? In the next 100 years, and they begin to plan structures for them such that you are able to not just only take care of the problem for today, but for the future. So that's one thing that I see that we really do not have at home as such. I know Lagos seems to have a bit of that in their planning and all, but a lot of other states, I really don't see a lot of that, such that in what they are doing, there's no future planning. And that's one major thing that they lack. So because if you don't plan for the future, you're not able to make other laws or policies or things such that you're able to be not only ready for today, but also to meet future demands and future issues that will most likely occur.
All right, thank you very much. Now, this is something that is happening. Of course, I told you we will come back to the very first explanation you gave. Like you used the Ibadan Expressway as an instance. You go today, it was forest. When you were coming back tomorrow, of course, buildings are springing up as if they were trees. Now, that is development in its real sense. So if we have all this massive growth in development in real estate and all that, why do disputes and fraud remain common in real estate transactions across the continent?
Wow. So that really is another big issue within the industry, which is fraud and a number of things that do occur there. And there are a number of ways by which one can address that or to see how to stem the tide. And then one major thing really is the ability for anybody, wherever you are, to be able to see, before I purchase this property, how can I know who owns this property today? As simple as that question is, sadly, it can be a very difficult question to answer, not only in Nigeria, but sadly in a good number of African countries, where you don't have a system that makes it easy for anybody to go and say, who owns this property? That's what we call to do the ease of doing due diligence. So, for example, in Lagos, you want to buy a plot of land. Yes, you can go to Alausa. That's the land registry in Alausa. You can see who owns the land there. But all you will see will be the last person who went to the government to get a documentation saying that I own this land. But that land may have been transferred 2-3 times. And most times, the issue why the person who is currently the owner may not have gotten the government to recognize his ownership is because the process to make it, for a person to do that is one expensive and can be cumbersome. There are people, for example, who have been trying to get their governor's consent in Lagos for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, a couple of months, that they are not even able to do it. Sadly, some people, even years, they are not able to get. And so that process makes it difficult, such that you really cannot say that the owner of this land as of today is this person. And when you can't do that, then you can't leave room for a number of issues to occur. That is one of the main issues that we have in that may sponsor of fraud. The second one that we have really is the parallel system that we have. So first is we have the traditional land tenure or land ownership, and then we have the English system. So that's why, for example, the Land Use Act says the governor owns is in trust over the land in the state. But we have some people that we call moneyless that will say we also own the land. And so those parallel systems of land can be an issue. So yes, you can have a seal upon the land from the governor, and then when you get to the land, you see some people saying that you have to settle up before you build or do anything, and then those are things that also causes issues as well. So if those two can be fixed in a concrete way, then we can have a reduction in it. But sadly, you can't say you want to eradicate it fully because, like the Bible says, that of man is wicked, but it will reduce it largely. If anybody can say, okay, I want to buy this land, I can check to own it. Like you said, for example, in the United States, you can today, you see a piece of land somewhere, at the price of a couple of buttons, you can know who owned it in 18 something or 9 something, up to the current owner. How much was it sold? When was it sold? You can see that record publicly available without having to go anywhere or see anybody. But sadly, in Nigeria and many African countries, you have to go to an office. You have to make sure it's a lot of process to just know who owns land. And if you cannot do that simple first step, then it becomes it's fraud is what you will see everywhere. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ayo. Oh, should I say Barrister Ayo? Yes, well, we'll go on this quick break right now, and when we return, the conversation will continue. So stay with us, we'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And like we always say, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel at the Just Africa Show. And we'll be having this robust conversation around real estate with Barrister Ayo. Hello, Barrister. I hope you stay there.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, welcome back, and thank you for staying tuned. Okay, so I want to ask again, if property laws were actually enforced consistently, which real estate practices would collapse overnight?
That's a good one.
Yes.
Wow, that's a very interesting one. If it was enforced effectively, actively, which would collapse the fastest. So I think, interestingly, not collapse, but which one will shape it? I think, interestingly, the lowest hanging fruits really the estate agency. And I realized that there are people that say, virtually right now, almost everybody is an agent. Somebody got a painter to paint his house, and then was like, oh, that after we finish painting, I want to get somebody an agent to help me later. Like, I was like, I'm also an agent. And so you can actually everybody just says they are agents and agents. Yeah, and so that's one aspect that will really be shaped. So if you put laws in place, and trust me, in Lagos, for example, there are laws in place, but sadly, like I said, the difference between our laws and what you see in practice really is just the enforcement. So there's a law in Lagos, for example, called the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority Law. And that says that everyone who wants to present himself or herself as an agent in Lagos has to be registered with that body or that authority.
Yes.
And one of the things is that the authority also says that you should have like a body that watches over you. For example, you have MBA for all lawyers. So you should have a body that regulates your affairs. So it can be any of the estate agents association, like you have like the AEAN in Lagos or ECAN or APICAN and all that. So AEN is the Association of Estate Agents in Nigeria. ECAN is the Estate Rent Commission Agents Association of Nigeria. So you should be a part of any of those bodies, such that if you are caught for doing anything wrong, that body can then discipline you appropriately. Yes. That is what the law envisions. So that law is in existence, but sadly, many people even don't know of the law, or many people don't even follow it. So, for example, before you even start with an agent, especially the act agent, are you registered with Lastrera before you can then do business with the person? We see many people who have rented houses may not even have heard of Lastrera or even heard of energy organizations I've mentioned. They won't say you want to even try to say that, okay, are you a member of this association or are you registered with the government? So that's the starting point. That is one aspect I know that would really have a lot of it. A lot of people would really be affected by that.
Yeah. I was raising my hand thinking, I'm sorry, I'm taking lectures about the aspect. I'm sorry. Okay, so, Barrister, I grew up in Lagos, right? And we were not using agents. I mean, but growing up, what we used to see there was these to-let signs. We used to see to-let signs in front of houses that were empty. And then things were good. I'm sorry, things were good. Prices were still reasonable. But with the introduction of agents, we're now seeing skyrocketed prices, sometimes higher than even what the landlords or the owners of the building perhaps have put out. Is agency, I'm not saying whether agents are bad or wrong, but is it now a blessing than a curse, or a curse than a blessing?
Okay, so a lot of times, sadly, it's not the system, but it's the people. Sadly, that is the issue, it's not the system. So agency is intended to be good, such that if you desire to get a property, you can meet an agent and then it will show you options. It can give you options and then you would see and then you would choose the best out of it. But sadly, a lot of people try to see how can I make the best, or how can I make more than I can from a transaction, and that is when we now begin to have issues in society. So one is, for example, you see people, agents that would they'll collect a fee for you to for them to even show you property options, and then after they show you property options, and then they can now decide to say they want to charge you again. So it can be a lot, or charging you like ×2 or ×3 of the amount of the rent as commission and all that. And then normally there should be agency fees and then legal fees and then sometimes caution deposits. You can see the agents will then collect all these amounts and then pocket it, and then so you can see there's a lot of, it's more of the people, is that greed of the people that is the issue, not the system. System is aimed at making the process seamless. Somebody who wants to get a house can just put an agent, and then it will then show options to you and then guide you through the process. Agents want to even fight for your interest. Yeah. That's what agents should do. Like, so for example, and the landlord wants to give you a price, the agent will tell you, yeah, no, this person is a young person, he needs this help, and then advocate for you. That is the role of your agent. But sadly, we see the opposite now, where the agent tries to get the best of the transaction, tries to, and then that really is the issue. Not the agency system, but the people, it really are the issue.
Two questions in one. You are in a different clime, or is that how it's done there?
Yeah, so like I said, interestingly, many of the framework that is adopted here really was tempting to, like for example in New York, before anybody can even say he or she's a realtor, the person has to be registered with the National Association of Realtors, and the person has to be a part of a brokerage. And even before you even get to even that level, you would need your exams. You would have to sit down and take
exams.
After you take the exams, you need to be attached to a brokerage for at least 2 years before you can then say you want to. So there are a lot of process that you go to do that you to fine tune you, and then you would not have these issues. But like I said, sadly, we have people who are tailors today, and the next day they say, I'm also selling land, I'm selling house, I'm doing agency, and then that is one of the issues that we have. So if you're able to streamline it such that anybody that presents themselves or herself as an agent has to have some fundamental things that he or she has to go through or know to be able to effectively perform his or her duty, then we can have better quality agents, and then we can avoid some of the issues that we are seeing now. But because of it's just anybody that can come in, that's why we are having the freedom of people that we're having. But like I said, but if you want to enforce it fully, a lot of people will be without jobs, and it can affect that sector. Yeah.
And we can it's safe to conclude that perhaps that is part of the problems that Africa has in terms of real estate environment or industry, because of all this unregulated entrance into it. You're a lawyer. I want to ask this question, so I'm going to ask it generally, because I'm sure everybody wants to know. Caution fee and what's it? Our service charge. Please, what is the back into it?
So interestingly, there really isn't a laws around that. Probably that was something that the legislation can look into to fix some laws around it. Because I know recently they fixed laws on agency fees and legal fees now. So, but caution has not been fixed. But the industry practice or the best practice really is a maximum of 10% of the rent is what is the industry best practice. 10% of the rent for caution. But service charge is based on the service that is provided for you.
And when they don't provide the service, they still charge you.
Yeah, so for example, what does service charge entail? So, some entail the basic, which is like cleaning, security fee, and cleaning of common area security fee, and so that's like the basic. Some can include like 24 hours lights and water and all those things. So the more services that is provided, then the more we'll pay in service charge. And there are also rules of best practices around that. One of the simplest basic rules is transparency, meaning the facility manager should make it, this is the amount we are collecting in for all the service charge. This is the amount we are spending out as service charge. So, for example, service charge has something like, because all the security fees that will be paid out, the light, the money for lights, the money for water, the money for this, if they're using diesel and all those things to power whenever there is no PHCN or get their disco or the disco light, you'll be able to know, okay, what is the amount that would go for this and that. So if there's transparency there, people would not have an issue. People would not feel cheated. But the issue comes in when people feel cheated that, I'm paying this much and I'm not seeing any service. Or I'm not seeing where the money is going to. Then that's where the issue occurs. But if there's best practice of transparency in service charge delivery, then there will be minimal issues. People say, okay, this is the amount that was made, this is the amount we have spent, this is the balance, and all that. And then people are able to see where their money is going to. People would not have an issue. But when people don't know, when you're collecting 1 million, 1.5 for service, and then they're like, there's no light, I'm not seeing, my track is overflowing, and then there's no service. That's when people get angry to say, what is happening? I'm paying so much, I'm not getting value. When people get value and they see where their money is going to, people would understand. So just that transparency don't to fix for service charge, but for caution averagely is 3% of the rent. That's what is like the best part of the industry average.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we talked about, or you mentioned earlier, the need for trees and anything green around our houses. Now, right now, are there policies that encourage people to go into, or that will encourage people to go into green building, and ensuring that when you are building or you are coming into the real estate business, a section of that estate or whatever it is should have trees? Are there policies that are guiding people in that direction?
like I said earlier, interestingly, yes, there are laws on ground. Yeah, so in the physical planning regulation, physical planning law, like I said, if you are doing an estate, you need to have a portion of it for green area. You get to in the Lagos State, in the Fiscal Planning Authority laws and acts. So there are policies there that should have a section of it for greenery. Also, if you want to do a project in an area, so for example, you want to do like a school, a hospital, and all those things, or if you want to do a major project in any area, it's something we call environmental impact assessment. There's a law in environmental impact assessment as EIA Act that states that you need to do a study to see how this project you want to do would affect the environment where that project wants to be. So it's a law. And then before you do any major project in any area, you must submit that report to the Fiscal Planning Authority, to the government, for them to look at it. They will call people in there to see how would this thing affect the environment and what measures is the company or the person doing the project will it take to ensure that those negative impacts are avoided in that project. So those laws exist. But like I said earlier, sadly, there's a difference between what the law says and what is happening on ground. And so you see people, like I said, who would do the EIA report, they'll submit it, they'll not work on it, or people who would submit the estate layout that says that yes, they should do, they will do this, and then they will not do it. And interestingly too, I remember it was a while ago, Lagos government published list of estates in Lagos that they don't even have estate layouts. Yes. Some of them have already sold out the entire estate. Yes. Layout at all. So those are things that do occur.
Okay, now what the law says and what people are doing, sometimes they are on parallel lines. Now, our courts, are they equipped enough to handle these cases where people break the laws, real estate laws? Are they equipped enough, or we are just doing this fast building? You know that, yes, this person, this developer, or this house owner is not keeping or building according to the stated laws. Are people arrested? Are people tried in court? Or we just fold our hands and watch them do what they want to do?
Yeah, so the sad reality is that until something happens, that's when we take action. You get so sadly, for example, like remember the building collapse in Ikoyi. It was until it collapsed that people were like, oh, what would, and then people started taking action, then they would take people. Sadly, and what happened, the Lekki Garden saga, is when issues occur. That is when actions are taken. But most times, if there really is no damage, people hardly take action. And that's because also the court is also under issue. Sadly, the court is really, really congested. Someone was discussing with me a while ago that an average case right now from High Court to Supreme Court be looking at averagely 30 years for one case from High Court to Supreme Court. And so it's something that even High Court, real estate matter in High Court takes averagely 6 to 10 years from start to finish. And they not go on appeal, and they not go to, so it can take a long while. And so it's a lot of money, a lot of investment, and so that's why sadly you see people don't push it. Also, sadly, the real estate is very capital intensive, and so because of that high volume, and it's also very emotional. There's high emotions, and people tend to play on that to do a number of things that are not right. So you see, there's a lot of money in that sector. There's also a lot of bad things that happen, for want of it, but let me just be clear. There's a lot of bribery in the sector, so people can know what is wrong. You know how to settle people such that they do. So there's a lot of those issues there that do occur in this sector. But if we are to prosecute individuals, like I said, a lot of people will be out of business, a lot of things. But we did that's where we need to get to. And like I said, the most first starting point is enforcement, is monitoring. If you have people on ground, I know because the government is trying to do something such that they want people to be able to report to them, and people can get some incentives by reporting to them. So if they can do such that everybody can be a watchdog for everybody, and there can be some incentive that if you do something wrong, and then you report to them, and then they prosecute the person, I think they can have a system whereby the person who reported them will get a percentage of that thing. I know if you do some incentive like that, I believe that many people will be incentivized to tell on people do what is wrong, and then we can then possibly see some enforcement in that regard. Also, one big thing that I think a lot of us need to do is also to do a lot of making people understand what the law is. So that's a certain point. Many of the laws, many people don't even know about those laws, let alone to be able to even enforce them. So there needs to be a lot of education. On many of my platforms, I try to do that, but it's really not there at all. Many people don't even know what the law is, let alone knowing what to enforce. And so that's why many tenants don't know their rights as tenants. And then so it's a lot. Even many landlords don't even know their rights as landlords, or citizens don't know their rights as citizens. And so if people are not even aware of the law, how would they then enforce the law? So those are some things that we can put in place to move us from where we are to where we ought to be.
Okay, so now you are a lawyer, you're Anthony, and you are here for Africa and for New York. Now you are working, just as Mbulu said earlier, 2 different cultures, 2 different countries, 2 different continents generally. You understand? So, is there a blueprint that that is working over there for you in New York and for the country generally that you think that African can adopt and make our own system better in terms of real estate development, management, and everything?
Yeah, so honestly, I don't think adopting a blueprint really would be what will work. I believe strongly in the people looking at, okay, this is where we, because where you will start from, where many of the other clients that you see, they do not get there in one day. It's one, like I said, it's one thing they do, which is future planning and saying, okay, this is where we are now. But in the next 50, where do we want to be? How can we work our way from here to there? So if that's what we want to adopt, yes, we can do that, which is, let's be conversing with ourselves that, okay, where are we now in African real estate? As the people, as a government, where do we want to be in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? And we can now outline principles and strategies that will get us there. If we do that, then we are right. So that really is a starting point for us. Okay, where are we in real estate, and where do we want to get to, and then what are we going to put in place? Once that is done, things will be very much very, very good. But I think one other challenge that we have is that our problems are not solved in isolation. There are other things that also come into factor. One big thing that I will notice sadly is that once there's a change of government, the new government tries to say, okay, I want to do something new. And there's a lot of somersault and overrun. But in alternate climes, there's the roadmap of 50 years, 100 years. So government in, government out, those roadmaps that is collectively agreed on are followed. So it's just a government slant major for another government slant, but that roadmap is the same. But we have a government that will do something, and the next government say that no, I want to do my own thing, and then do something entirely. It's not even opposite. And then that government will come again and say, I want to do something, and do another thing opposite. And then so we have that policy somersault from government to government. But if we have this either statewide or countrywide long-term plan, 50 years, 100 years, this is the Lagos we want to see. This is the Nigeria we want to see. This is the Africa we want to see. And then we now begin to work on it, government in, government out. That is when we're doing about 4 years is too small to do major long-term development of plan. And even after the 4 years, some years are spent to a campaign, some years are spent to thank those. And if you have like 2 years for real active on-ground work per 4 years, sadly. So that's really one of the issues that we have generally.
Last question from me. I'm going to like to make this thing very relatable, like personal. In Lagos, specifically, one of the problems we're having is rent, high rent, right? And when many people talk, they will tell you, oh, can't government regulate this thing? What essentially they're asking for is, can't government put a peg on certain amounts of particular, for example, if it's 2-bedroom, this amount you pay anywhere you are, right? Is it possible for governments to be able to peg prices of rent in an urban city?
So interestingly, it is shocking that Lagos has done that before. There was what we call the Rent Control and Recovery of Premises Law. Yeah, up to 97, there was that law that so rent was controlled. So they will tell you a 1-bedroom in Abule Egba, this is the price. A 2-bedroom in Odota, this should be the. So they will put areas of the state into band, and then they will now categorize how much you can charge for these. So it was done, but then it was under the military. And so things can be done by fiat. And then secondly is the fact that then a lot of other things were controlled by the government. But the question always asked now is that since the government is not controlling the cost of cement, the cost of land is not controlled, the cost of other costs are not controlled. If you now have to control just rent, then would you not make it unattractive to be able to invest in real estate? Because many of these other prices are what factors are people factoring into rent. Someone that spends so much to buy land, so much to buy cement, iron rod, building blocks, roofing, sheet, and all that, where all these things are not regulated, and you know how to regulate the final product, which is the rent where the person used to recoup is your investment, then that can be a mismatch. But if all these factors are regulated, so for example, you regulate the cost of materials, encourage local production of building materials, and you regulate all these costs. Like say building sheets should not be more than this for this quality, and wood should not be more than this for your final product, or doors should not be more than this. If all those things are regulated, then government cannot be impetus to regulate rent. That's one. The second thing, for example, of things that can drive the price down is if the government itself invests in real estate. Lagos has done that before under Jakonde, where we have the Jakonde estate. So when the government itself is pushing out affordable housing units into the market, people say that rent, there's a government housing rent that is this amount, so your rent would be a little above that government put price. So that is one way that can tell me. But if government is not interested, is not involved in all these areas, I want to just put the price on rent alone, then there will be issues. People will be like, oh, you are not involved in any of these things. I've spent so much on it, you know, to peg the final price. So that really is one way that one can look at it to make it better.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us on today's show, Barrister Ayo.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I hope we'll call on you next time you'll be available.
Yes, by God's grace.
All right. Thank you so much. So today's episode makes it clear that the future of African real estate will depend not just on builders, but on the systems that support them. Strong legal frameworks, transparent processes, digital innovation, and sustainability-driven policies must define how African cities grow. So that is our conversation today. And a very big thank you for joining us on today's show. Please do to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and subscribe to the Just Africa show on YouTube channel. Till come your way tomorrow, I am Omevi Idolo. And of course, Emmanuel Ambole is saying thank you.
Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Well, you already know, my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde. And in fact, we had it, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse. Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy? I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times, to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So three of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank. And return full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. You know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing in, you know. A lot of the time, you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problem. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. it was the period of tally number, you know. Remember this commercial, you know, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, you know. So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest, 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far out. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money, and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. You know, then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we ran it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. I will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, By the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out anytime they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to to see what the children are wearing, particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree. You know.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. A sharp disagreement emerges during debate of the medium-term expenditure framework of the 2026 budget, with some lawmakers questioning the sustainability of borrowing plans. Textile imports in Nigeria surges to 814.27 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025. Despite repeated government claims of industry revival. And Guinea begins exporting iron ore after decades of delays as government hails it as a symbol of economic transformation. European Union leaders meet to decide whether to tap frozen Russian assets to provide billions of euros in loans to sustain Ukraine's war efforts. And in the world of sports, FIFA announces a record $50 million prize for the winner of the 2026 World Cup, making it the highest payout in the tournament's history. Thanks for joining us. Now, the federal government's proposed 54.46 trillion naira budget for 2026 has sparked rare division in the National Assembly as lawmakers clashed over the revenue assumptions in the 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework. The sharp disagreements emerged during the debates on the framework, with some lawmakers questioning the sustainability of borrowing plans that are expected to finance over 30% of the budget. Economists have cautioned that the heavy reliance on the debt could worsen Nigeria's fiscal position, deepening the country's debt trap and exposing weak legislative scrutiny over federal borrowings. Now, still, Nigeria's Federation accounts received 2.34 trillion naira in November 2025, marking a notable decline from the 2.93 trillion naira recorded in October, according to figures from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Analysts link the drop to weaker earnings from key revenue sources during the month, and records from the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, in the meeting in December showed inflows fell by 59.1 or 591.22 billion naira compared with the previous month. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission contributed 660.04 billion naira from the 873.1 billion naira in the month of October. Reports indicate that the fall in oil receipts was a major factor in the reduced Federation account inflows. Non-oil revenue collections also fell, with the Federal Inland Revenue Service remitting 337.22 billion naira in November, compared with 591.15 billion naira in October. Analysts said the combined decline in oil and non-oil revenue underscores the need for stronger diversification of the economy and the efforts to stabilize the Federation accounts. Now, the debt servicing and personnel costs consumed more than the federal government's total revenue in the first 7 months of 2025 as receipts fell sharply below projections and capital spending suffered significant cuts, according to official budget documents revealed. Reports from the 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework and the fiscal strategy paper indicate that between January and July, the government earned 13.67 trillion naira, well below the pro-rata target of 23.85 trillion naira, leaving a shortfall of 10.18 trillion naira. Analysts noted that the gap, representing roughly 42.7% of the expected revenue, underscores persistent fiscal pressures and risks to capital project execution. However, the administration has insisted that non-oil revenue measures have improved collection efficiency. The revenue shortfall contrasts with earlier claims by President Bola Tinubu that Nigeria had met its 2025 targets ahead of schedule, highlighting ongoing challenges in balancing debt obligations, personnel costs, and development priorities. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, and Nigerian Interbank Settlement, NIBSS, are set to sign a memorandum of understanding aimed at speeding up depositors' reimbursement in the event of bank failures. The NDIC's managing director, Mr. Thompson Sunday, revealed the plan during a courtesy visit by NIBSS executives to the corporation's Abuja head office during the week, led by the managing director, Mr. Premier Oiwo. He said the partnership would strengthen interagency collaboration, enhance operational efficiency, and ensure depositors receive payouts quickly. Analysts report that leveraging existing banking infrastructure through this collaboration could reduce delays and administrative bottlenecks, improving public confidence in the financial system. The MOU is expected to formalize processes for real-time reimbursement, making the banking sector more resilient and responsive in crisis situations. Now, the Office of the National Security Advisor has dismissed reports claiming that it supplied arms to a socio-cultural organization, calling the allegations false and misleading. The agency warned that such claims could undermine ongoing security operations across the country. Abu Michael, head of strategic communications at the National Counterterrorism Center under the Office of the National Security Advisor, clarified in a statement that recent media reports wrongly suggested that the federal government was carrying out kinetic operations in collaboration with socio-cultural groups and providing them with weapons. He stressed that these reports are inaccurate and could erode public trust in legitimate security efforts. Analysts said the disinformation around security operations can hamper coordination and effectiveness, especially in regions facing high risk such as forested areas of Kwara State. The ONSA reaffirmed its commitment to lawful government-led operations and urged the public to rely on verified updates from the official channels, according to reports. Now, Nigeria's textile imports surged to 814.27 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025, exposing the weaknesses of the local industry despite repeated government claims of revival. Reports from the National Bureau of Statistics show quarterly imports of 228.83 billion naira, 337.12 billion naira, and 248.32 billion naira for the first quarter, the second quarter, and the third quarter respectively, marking a 47.43% rise from the 552.31 billion naira in the same period of 2024. Analysts note that the trend signals a deepening reliance on foreign fabrics and underscores structural vulnerabilities in domestic production. Industry stakeholders said policy failures, weak execution of credit initiatives, and pervasive corruption are key factors behind the import surge. They warned that without urgent reforms, Nigeria risks a further decline in local textile output, increased unemployment, and a prolonged erosion of the sector's capacity to contribute meaningfully to economic growth. The Lagos food sector is underscoring and undergoing a transformative shift, positioning itself as a critical bridge between Nigeria's agricultural output and the state's growing consumer market. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said the reports indicate that rising demand, technological advancement, and strong policy backing are fueling the sector's momentum. Speaking during the Lagos Food Festival, Sanwo-Olu highlighted the government's investment in developing local culinary talent, noting that the sector offers opportunity beyond the gastronomy sector. Analysts said that this approach could drive youth employment, enhance skills, and boost economic activity in the city of Lagos. The governor emphasized that the food industry is not only a cultural showcase, but also a strategic engine for economic growth, capable of generating revenue and supporting local producers. He called for continued collaborations between policymakers, investors, and industry stakeholders to sustain growth and fully unlock the sector's potential, according to reports. Now, still to come in the news, President Donald Trump unveils a major arms deal to Taiwan valued at $11 billion. We'll bring you details of that story and more after this break. Join us again.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city. It is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced the
Welcome back. Sincere apologies. Now, Guinea's Simandu mega mining project has begun exporting iron ore after decades of delays, but it's laying off thousands of workers even as the government hails it as a symbol of economic transformation. The project was launched with a public holiday in November and is central to the military-led government's development agenda ahead of the December 28 elections, the first since the 2021 coup that brought Mamadi Doumbouya to power. Despite the milestone, the mass layoffs have raised concerns over job security and economic planning, with critics warning that the project's early pains could undercut its long-term promise, according to reports. Now, Gabon plans to introduce a new housing tax in January to bolster government revenue as the Central African oil-producing nation grapples with rising debt and liquidity pressures. The measure, announced by Special Advisor Mary Noel Oda Mayo on the Gabon presidency's social media, is designed to fund the country's fiscal needs and reduce dependence on external financing. The proposed tax will be levied monthly on both property owners and tenants, creating steady revenue streams for the government. Analysts said the move reflects Gabon's broader struggle to manage public finances while maintaining social services and economic stability amid declining oil revenues and rising borrowing costs. Authorities are financing implementation details and public awareness campaigns to ensure compliance and minimize potential backlash. The housing tax is part of the wider fiscal reforms aimed at stabilizing Gabon's budget and strengthening resilience against future economic shocks. Now, Uganda plans to reduce domestic debt issuance by 21.1% in 2026-2027 financial year, the Finance Ministry said, in a bid to manage its growing public debt. Reports indicate that the government will issue 9 trillion shillings, an equivalent of $2.53 billion in treasury bills and bonds, down from 11.4 trillion shillings in the previous year. Analysts note that the move aims to avoid crowding out the private sector and reduce the debt to GDP ratio. Interest payments on Uganda's public debt are projected to consume nearly a third of domestic revenues in 2026-2027 fiscal year, reflecting a growing burden on government finances. As a share of GDP, public debt rose to 51% from 46.8% in the previous period. The Finance Ministry said the elevated debt service limits fiscal space, leaving fewer resources for discretionary spendings in growth-enhancing sectors. Analysts warn that continued high debt levels could hinder Uganda's economic expansion if not managed carefully, according to reports. The Trump administration has unveiled a major arms sale to Taiwan valued at approximately $11 billion. Reports indicate that the package includes advanced rocket launchers, self-propelled howitzers, and a range of missiles. Analysts note that the deal, still pending U.S. Congress approval, marks the second significant arms transfer to Taiwan since Trump resumed office in January. China, which considers Taiwan a breakaway province, has intensified military pressure on the island, conducting drills and frequent incursions into Taiwanese airspace and waters. Experts warn that the new sale could escalate regional tensions and prompt further Chinese military responses. Taiwan's Ministry of Defense expressed gratitude to the United States, stating that the weapons package will enhance its ability to rapidly build robust deterrence and capabilities. Reports suggest that the deal underscores the U.S. commitment to Taiwan's security and reflects ongoing geopolitical friction in the Taiwan Strait. India has overhauled its business visa regime to ease the movement of foreign engineers and technicians, a move expected to benefit local firms reliant on Chinese professionals for manufacturing services. The government said the reforms will streamline visa access and reduce administrative bottlenecks. The Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade said earlier today that it had launched a digital platform last month allowing companies to generate sponsorship letters to invite foreign professionals. Visa forms have been simplified and companies no longer require additional recommendations from relevant ministries, departments and agencies expecting approvals for roles in factory installations, commissioning, maintenance and production. Analysts said the reforms will strengthen India's industrial capacity and support technology transfer, as Chinese professionals have been crucial in terminal local staff, especially in factories using Chinese machinery. Reports indicate that the changes could boost investment and efficiency across India's manufacturing sector, according to reports. Now, China's Commerce Ministry announced on Thursday that it has granted several general licenses for rare earth exports, aiming to accelerate shipments of these critical minerals. Reports indicate that the license could benefit global manufacturers, particularly in the automobile industry and technology sectors, which rely heavily on rare earth elements. A ministry spokesperson confirmed that some exporters had preliminarily met the requirements for general licenses but did not specify recipients by region. The report noted that suppliers to U.S. automakers Ford have received approvals, while European companies have yet to confirm any licenses. Analysts said the move could ease tension over rare earth supply chains and reduce bottlenecks, according to reports. They have affected global production. European Commission's trade chief Maros Sefcovic said the bloc had heard reports of European companies receiving licenses, but details remain sketchy. The development reflects China's effort to streamline rare earth exports amid global demand and trade scrutiny. Now, Japan's government has agreed to raise the tax-free income threshold and expand deductions for middle-income earners under a deal between Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, minority Liberal Democratic Party, and the opposition Democratic Party for the People. The agreement reached earlier today lifts the minimum taxable income to 1.78 million yen. The million yen, analysts said the move is aimed at easing the tax burden of middle-class households while maintaining fiscal stability amid rising social spending and an aging population. Reports indicate that the deal also includes broader deductions for households and targeted support for dependents. Observers note that the reforms reflect efforts to balance economic growth with social equity and are expected to provide relief for millions of workers ahead of Japan's upcoming budget discussions, according to reports still. Now, still to come in the news today, EU citizen, United States Citizenship and Immigration Service instructs field officers to submit 150 denationalization cases per month in the year of 2026. Details in a moment.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the news. Now, European Union leaders will meet later today to decide whether to tap frozen Russian assets to provide billions of euros in loans to Ukraine. The move is aimed at keeping Ukraine's war effort alive as the battle with Russia aggression continues. The proposal comes at a time when Ukraine urgently needs financial support, and the EU views the war as a direct threat to its own stability and security. Unlocking the funds would mark a major step in European Union support for Kyiv if approved. The plan would signal a strong political message to Moscow and test the EU's unity in responding to global conflict. The summit is seen as a critical moment in the bloc's broader geopolitical stance, according to analysts. Now, the Bank of England is widely expected to cut its benchmark interest rate to 3.75% from 4% on Thursday after inflation slowed sharply and economic growth weakened. Investors report this would mark the fourth rate reduction in 2025, offering some relief to households and businesses facing borrowing costs. Economists, however, said that the central bank is unlikely to pursue a series of further cuts in 2026 due to persistent inflationary pressures. Despite the anticipated reduction, the bank rate would remain nearly twice that of the European Central Bank, reflecting ongoing caution over price stability. Analysts note that the expected move demonstrates the Bank of England's challenge in balancing support for growth with inflation control. While the cut may ease short-term financial pressures, policymakers remain alert to the risk of reigniting inflation, highlighting a cautious approach to future monetary policy adjustments. Now, Germany has announced the Deutschland's 30 billion euro initiative aimed at attracting private capital into key sectors like energy transition, advanced technology, and industrial renewal program. Unveiled on Wednesday, the fund is a joint effort by finance and economy ministries and will be implemented by the state-owned development bank, KfW, rather than the direct spending. The fund will use tools like guarantees, loans, and equity to reduce risks for private investors. The move comes as Germany seeks to reverse its recent economic stagnation and reclaim its position as a leading industrial and innovation hub in the continent of Europe. Now, the Trump administration is preparing to escalate efforts to revoke U.S. citizenship from naturalized Americans, according to internal guidance obtained by New York Times. The U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Directorate issued on Tuesday reportedly instructs field officers to submit 100 to 200 denaturalization cases per month during the 2026 fiscal year. The move signals a renewed focus on strict immigration enforcement and is expected to spark legal and political backlash over concerns about targeting immigrants and undermining citizenship security. And now to the world of sports. Nigeria's Super Eagles concluded their 5-day pre-tournament camp in Cairo and are set to depart for Fez, Morocco this afternoon as preparations intensify for the 2025 African Cup of Nations. The team, now complete with all 28 invited players, will hold their first training sessions in Morocco later today. The camp in Cairo saw a gradual building beginning with just 10 players and culminated in arrivals including Paris FC Moses Simon and Galatasaray striker Victor Osimhen. Nigeria played a friendly against host Egypt on Tuesday, falling 2-1. Chidozie Awaziem scored Nigeria's equalizer in the first half, stoppage time before Egypt regained the lead early in the second half. Head coach Eric Chele's final 28-man squad includes recalled players Francis Uzoho and Paul Onachu, as well as 5 newcomers such as Ebenezer Akinsamiro and Ryan Elbiosu. Drawing in Group C, Nigeria will face Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda, opening their first camp against Tanzania on December 23rd. Analysts said the team cohesion and tactical fine-tuning in Fez will be the go-to contestant a 4th continental title in the recent Nations Cup. And FIFA has announced a record $50 million prize for the winner of the 2026 World Cup, marking the highest payout in the tournament's history. The expanded competition, which will now feature 48 teams, will also see a total prize pool of $655 million, significantly higher than the $440 million shared at the 2022 edition in Qatar. The The sharp increase in prize money reflects football growing global commercial power, especially in North America, with the US, Canada, and Mexico co-hosting the 2026 tournament. FIFA is banking on increased sponsorship ticket sales and TV rights revenues. The decision also underscores the organization's intent to reward excellence more competitively on the global stage. Beyond sporting prestige, the 2026 World Cup is shaping up as a major economic and cultural event. The record prize and expanded formats are expected to drive greater global interest and intensify the competition among participating nations. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, yes, a quick recap of today's top stories. A sharp disagreement emerged during debates of the medium-term expenditure framework of 2026 budget, with some lawmakers questioning the stability of borrowing plans. And textile imports in Nigeria surges to 814.27 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025, despite repeated government claims of industry survival. And Guinea begins exporting iron ore after decades of delay, as government hails it as a symbol of economic transformation. European Union leaders meet to decide whether to tap frozen Russian assets to provide billions of euros in loans to sustain Ukraine's war effort. And in the world of sport, FIFA announces a record $50 million prize for the winner of the 2026 World Cup, making it the highest payout in the tournament history. And that's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyinkoye Krumale. Good afternoon.
My name is SOUQ News. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city. It is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon, and Dr. Babalola Abidemi confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Oni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. it's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody's perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know, and let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. that's in the pipeline. You don't have to, I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about, oh, the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 99, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's the one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event. designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector-driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them. We talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is